Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Nice to see you all. We all made it back for day 2. Go us.
Yeah, that is impressive. I'm happy we're all still here and smiling still. That's a big part of it.
You haven't given us anything to not smile about. So far we're doing great.
Happy about that.
Speaking of not smiling,
Speaking of that, oh no.
Really struggling to get a pen out of here. All right. So we ended yesterday with one of our last proposal presentations. We've got a couple more proposal presentations that we wanted to present this morning, if that's okay. And then we figured we kind of had a plan that roughly at lunchtime, we would have some of your people come in for a presentation of
Great.
yeah, any of your proposals. So with that, Cam, do we have the proposals dropped?
I haven't dropped it.
I didn't even have to ask Romeo for the link this morning.
Which one? The shared?
Well,
You
I
didn't have to ask?
No,
Oh,
look at it.
You said I have to ask her.
No, he's like, oh my heavens, woman.
I was actually gonna ask, make it less awkward.
No.
Did anybody, should I send out the link?
I was so proud of myself. I was like, if I just don't close this window, I don't have to ask again.
For the
Professional development,
oh yeah, well that one's a little trickier.
some work done.
Well, while he's doing that, we'll kind of open with the professional development one is really kind of a shift. So there's probably a lot of discussion that's going to come with it. And Chief Romeo, please help kind of walk through that process with us. Let us know if there's anything to the point of what you did yesterday. If we're saying things that you're unfamiliar with,
Okay.
just stop us mid and ask us to clarify a little bit. There's a lot of terms that we'll use like swing up or step up or working out of class or things like that. And we'll try to give you as much information as we can. But if we do skip over something, please let us know.
Just dropped it in there into today's folder under union proposals, professional development.
Beautiful.
This one's got a few things going on with it. One of the parts that this came about in our professional development is right now we have what you call step raises, which is something that once you hit the rank of senior firefighter and that continues on to captain, even battalion chief, there's additional courses if you wanted to take. You do it on your own time, off duty. And if you take these courses to approved lifts, you turn them in to say, here's my certificates of completion to show I've gained that knowledge. And then a certain amount of courses equals a step 1, which is a 1% to your base pay. And an additional set of unique courses equals step 2, which is additional 3% of your base pay. So you can get that up to a 3% for your total steps for your base pay. You can do that for senior firefighter rank. You can do that an additional as a captain. And then once you promote to battalion chief, if you had an additional 3 at senior firefighter, that drops. And then you have to do it again. So you can get up to 6% total in step raises throughout the ranks. Now those courses are, well, there's courses you can take. The value that brings coming back to the department, some of them very high value. Others, maybe not so much. One of the hard points is we don't get to control that curriculum. So it could be something that has some concepts that relate to Boise Fire and how we operate. It could be something that is not very applicable to us. Or the instructors we don't know, or there's a change of instructors. So what may have been really good and powerful as a class is something that's less beneficial. Bring it back home. However, that's still there. These courses, the list to maintain could be a pain. Some of them are sunset, their availability, their offering may not be annual. It makes it more challenging. Meanwhile, as that's been the standard, internally, our training department has done a fantastic job in growth and development and accommodating the needs and beyond just the firefighter rank. We're historically focused on Recruit Academy, really doing a good job of growing that firefighter. And then you get from there, it's like, be good, you're on your own. Now our training is heavily involved in these additional programs. So you get to the driver rank. And now, for example, one of them would be what we call Officers Development Academy or ODA. And it's a multi-week academy, 3-week academy put on by our own department and held at our own training facility. It's fantastic. I went through it recently. It's incredible.
How new is that?
This is year
Well, we've known the ODA for a while, but it's just been more, I guess, revamped to be
More
very
applicable.
detailed. Yeah, more applicable to the department.
The
Past,
last 3
yeah,
years.
Yes.
Yeah. So no, like the one we had one day it was like 29 different reps.
Mhm.
In the day as operating as a captain, which they're like, we've never had that many reps in one day. So it's continued to evolve and become extremely valuable and potent. So that's the example for the driver. And now at the captain's rank, they're developing the Treasure Valley wide BC Development Academy. So think kind of more of that driver getting ready to say, what's my next rank above a captain? So enough knowledge to at least from that Officers Development Academy, have an understanding of what that role above you is looking for. And from a driver standpoint, my base role is very helpful. I change tactics and how I operate, being like, oh, I'm doing a disservice to that role, or I could better be a benefit to not understanding the role above and the role below of where I'm at.
Little clarification to your case, but officer and captain are synonymous.
Well, thank you.
Oh, okay.
As well as
Thank you.
senior firefighter and driver. Those are synonymous.
That I got, but that was helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, officer, captain. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We like to be confusing.
Yeah. Yeah. So now starting to do that for the Treasure Valley wide and operating that program. So before we haven't really had these opportunities. So if you wanted to get these courses, you kind of had to go seek. Now we're doing a much better job of providing. And the value of having those is way more applicable than some class that may or may not pertain to the job. So being able to understand the role above and below you is way more valuable on the line and operating and maybe some of the other courses that maybe conceptual applying. So one thing that this is looking to do, and this has been a joint effort of discussion, working through in our general orders committee of trying to figure out, is there a better way of doing business? Is there a better way of continuing what we've done so well from that firefighter rank through the ranks, through the driver, through the captain, even up into the BC rank, and how do they get exposure into the division chiefs if there's succession planning that way from the line? And that's where this has come into play. We had a very early idea conceptually at the last negotiations, but there's a lot of things we hadn't figured out collectively. So since then, we've been working to understand how can we do that. And one of those things is saying we do have a good infrastructure in place and logistically can support doing the training of our own members internally. And we understand the value of it is much more applicable than going outside. So one of the things that this looks to do is our current step raise classes, how you obtain it on your own time off duty, is it would sunset them and taking away that option, if you will, but build it into an annual training curriculum, or as a member, if you are looking to build a career, you say, okay, I promoted to driver. Really excited, I'm going to get my settled in this position. Maybe give it a year, maybe 2 years, and you say, you know what? I want to take that next step. I've started to learn the ropes. I want to understand that captain rank a little bit more. So you go through that Officer Development Academy, and there's a task book associated with it. A nice, hearty, healthy binder with a lot of information. Some of that information is online courses that we feel are applicable and needed, that all members should have that curriculum going forward to. You do your task book and you do your binder, and you do go through that academy, currently that 3-week academy right now. And that would, what we would do is say the equivalency of your steps 1 and 2 from the old program. So that 1% and 2%, we would say that would be your 3% increase for your wage for having that knowledge of understanding that role above you. And then the next step, well, try not to get too confusing too quick on it. So in our appendix right now, if you are a driver, it's just listed as senior firefighter. This new appendix, to better separate out the pay schedules and building them in, we would split that out. So the ranks of senior firefighter and captain battalion chief would have a different structure to them. So instead of just the 1, you would have a 1, 2, 3. So senior firefighter 1, 2, and 3. And what that goes, senior firefighter 1, as you promote, you have your base senior firefighter wage like it is currently in the appendix. Senior firefighter 2 would mean that you've completed your officer development task book as well as officer development academy. That would then put you into the senior firefighter 2, which would be that base plus that 3%. When you decide to pursue the next in your career, or if you decide to pursue the next step in your career, and you want to look into that captain role, you go through what we call a WOC test would be the first progression. So working out a class, meaning I'm a driver by rank, but if there is a hole and they need me to jump into the captain seat for the day, play substitute teacher in that captain seat, I'd be qualified to do so. How that looks currently.
And
is-
step 3 would be?
That's step 3. So what if I go through and say I'm WC qualified, take the test, get signed up to say, yes, you could operate as a captain or a substitute captain. In the new schedule, you'd be a senior firefighter 3, and that'd have a 4% behind it to say, you are able to work out a class as a captain, and the expectation is the city needs you to do so, you will fill that role. Currently, if you WC, workout classes, captain, there's a differential. And it's the formula is something about based on the average of the pool and the difference of that pay salary. And there's a little chart that goes into the hours you swung up to do that. And you get paid that differential for swinging up to the captain. Swinging up is another term, is working out class. Because WC, swing up. Another thing where we've done a good job of taking one term and making at least 2 out of it. So that would be,
That's every hour you're swinging up or working out of class, you're getting that pay differential.
yes. And so in the new appendix, in this proposal, that would also get rid of that hourly differential. What it would do is create it to a base percent wire in that position. So let's continue that progression then. Now we've gone through senior firefighter 1, 2, 3. This is gonna almost restart and continue on through the other ranks. So you advance your career, you go into that next position. You're now captain. You take the captain's test, you pass the captain's test, get promoted, you're a captain 1. So now you have the captain's base rate. Difference on this one is just like step raises. If you received your step raises 1 and 2, you got 3% as a senior firefighter. That carries into your base rate as a captain. So to memorialize that, the captain under this progression would be the base rate as it's currently plus that 3%. That's your base. When you promote though, if you're WC, that drops. That 4% is gone because you're no longer expected to work additional outside of your responsibility as a driver. You are that new position. So you're back to kind of a singular role. So that 4%, that goes away. Now your captain, same thing, where you are in the career, you decide to go to the next step. You're going to work on understanding the rank above you. So you go through the BC development or battalion chief development, and you have a task book for that one, and you go through the Treasure Valley BC Academy. And once you've completed that, you are now a captain 2. So that has that 3% step built into it. And then same thing, if you want to work on the battalion chiefs, you would go through, get your working on classes battalion chief, and then you can become a captain 3. Now, there are some caveats we've talked to you about who is able to get into that captain 3, because the ability to swing up as a battalion chief is limited, just because we only have 3 battalion chiefs, 3 shifts, 3 battalion chiefs per shift. So versus the rest of the fleet of the apparatus. And the movement is not as common.
So how often does it happen right now
Swing ups,
for BCs?
we
We
see,
have 2 people that can swing up right now.
and I don't know how much they
It's,
had an opportunity to.
yeah, and it's varied a little bit. I mean, there's, because there's only 3 battalion chiefs that we have per shift, those opportunities are limited, and we're trying to be very thoughtful in not overloading a pool with battalion chief swing ups, because then you dilute the experience so much that you end up without having anybody that's got any really great experience moving forward. So trying to maintain that pool, kind of this small effective group, is really the direction that we're trying to go now, to make sure that every rep that somebody gets is consistent. It's helping them really grow into that role a little bit more.
So you have 3 BCs per shift. So you have 9 total.
9
And you only have 2 that are qualified to swing up right now.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's not bad.
Sure.
In the sense of, because think how infrequently or how that those VCs are gone, and then if we don't have a swing up available, then we prefer to put a VC into that role, so a VC is not swinging down to captain or moving down to captain, still
Certainly, yeah.
holes, things like that. So having a couple that have a lot of focused time to work out a class as a battalion chief is really in our best interest. And most of those people, usually what happens is those are the folks that are on our promotional list for BC as well. So as those next BC openings come available, we're trying to prioritize kind of the next people in line to give them the most time to ride in that seat and gain that working out of class experience. So day 1, when they hit the line, when they get promoted, they're in a much better spot.
And do those 2 people that are qualified to swing up, do they swing for all 9?
They can.
For any shift?
They
Okay.
can. Yeah, they could either move up on their shift. So if there was a BC out on their shift, they could move up, or they could potentially work overtime on the other shift.
Okay.
Yeah.
So kind of an example of that is Brian was a driver by position, but he is swing up qualified to captain. So if on his shift, he's just working, they say, hey, actually, we need you to go play captain at the station. Otherwise, say, okay, grab his stuff, gets all his gear and moves out to that station to play captain for the day. Or for a few hours until the need is no longer there. Same thing if you're working overtime, then you may sign up on the list thinking you're gonna drive someone. They say, hey, you're gonna play captain over here on that one.
And they don't play. They and I say that in jest. a little
Yeah,
bit,
But it's serious.
Yeah,
But
they're well equipped.
as Cam was alluding to with the Officers Academy and the working out of class testing, they are fully qualified captain candidates. They just haven't taken that promotional exam, or some of them have taken the promotional exam, but
Just waiting for an opening. Yeah.
been given that opening. They, like I say, that is something that we've continued to talk about, is working on a class captain is a captain.
Mhm.
We don't want that person to be a substitute teacher in the sense of, and I don't want to downplay teachers, but we want them to be a fully qualified, competent. They check all the same boxes. They have gone through rigorous testing, rigorous training to be qualified to work in those next steps up. So they put a lot of time and effort into being able to work.
And to clarify too, so like the captain's kind of, better lack of better word, but like a special position, because the buck kind of stops there usually, right? They're the ones that are making the final call, making the decisions for whatever it is, whether it's, run of the mill medical or a bread and butter structure fire or something really abnormal that, nobody on that crew's ever seen before. They're the one that's making that final decision. So kind of like we talked about, like the paramedics and the intermediates, like they take on all the liability.
So this proposal really does kind of 2 things, and it's got kind of 2 parts to it. So number 1 is to replace an antiquated system that we currently have, which is the step raise, the classes. So we're trying to which has been a headache for a lot of different reasons. But we're trying to get rid of that system and replace it with a system that kind of makes more sense, that fits within our wage schedules, that is trying to mirror that. Secondly, what we're trying to do is really encourage the swing up position and that WOC position. So as Cam said, the current WOC process is a per occurrence. It creates more difficulty in staffing because we're trying to level hours with people and swing them up based on how many hours they potentially have. So it becomes a much more difficult system to manage. There's also this concept that these per occurrences having to spread out. If we just said, let's try to capture that money and just reallocate that money across all swing up consistently, then when we get to a point where it's really easy for somebody that's at a dual apparatus house to go, I can swing up and just walk my little rear end over here to the engine and I can swing up, and it doesn't matter who's got the low hours. I don't have to swing somebody from another station all the way over here to accomplish the same task, just because we're trying to have equity in the swing up pool as we go through. And that equity is there to try to, kind of keep hours up. But there's also a lot of value in, if it's your district, you understand that area very well. You understand what kind of target hazards you have in that area. You're able to functionally navigate in that area better. You're used to the people that you work with generally in that area. So there's a lot of value also in being able to make those easier decisions to keep people kind of at a station or in an area that they're used to be at. So that WOC, we technically have kind of done that with the drivers or the senior firefighters program. In order to WOC, you go through the drivers academy, and that is a paid academy, and then you get a new pay rate associated with it. So we're also doing two different systems, and we're trying to go, let's be consistent and let's have one system that is our drivers program that goes, you're a driver, you have the ability for your step raises, and then you can be able to swing up. And then we're doing that same, trying to mirror the captain's program in the same way, to where you just get paid a flat. Once you're qualified to swing up, then you just get paid a flat rate, and there's no more per occurrence.
So it's not I earned the certification and then when I swing up, I also.
Correct.
That's the current.
Well, that's the current. Yeah,
Okay.
is you
So
earn
we're
the
going to
certification. Yes.
Okay.
And then you get this per occurrence. The firefighter to WOC driver is you earn the WOC, you get a pay raise, and then you also get an additional, even though you're WOC, on a per occurrence. And that was a way that we had designed it in the past in order to encourage more people to get that swing up, so that we had the ability to staff on an easier way. And again, we're trying to mirror that same system. A couple of points that I want to bring up within this. So we're asking for percentages to be applied. What would happen is we would go an entire year of somebody being in a position before they would qualify for that next step. And then they would have their qualifications kind of going in there. Currently in our system, we have the ability. I was one very personally that was able to do this because of all my past experience. When I got my first senior firefighter driver raise, day one, I was able to qualify for all 3% of my swing up. So I was able to walk in day one of getting promoted and immediately get an additional 3% because of the qualifications that met our step raise classes that we, even though I had potentially had them prior, or I have the ability to do them while I'm a firefighter. So there were some of those classes that I looked at the list once I got here and went, oh, I can do this class and this class. I'm able to do it prior to promoting. So day one, I was able to get my 3%. Same thing happened when I promoted to a captain. Day one, I promoted. Day two, theoretically, I got an additional 3% because I had all of my qualifications already done and ready to go. That would go away. So that would be a cost savings to the city of not having to pay any of those on that first year, because this new system is, you would come in, you get nothing, you're not qualified until you go through our process. And so it really, if you ask Chief Hummel, his perspective of kind of that program was, well, we wanted you to come in, then we wanted to get you the training that we wanted to give you. But it got diluted because we were trying to manage a list of classes that other people were putting on. And so that consistency of where we were at kind of got lost in the weeds a little bit. This brings a lot more of that consistency back to the structure. So we've worked together with the department management trying to go, what does this look like and how do we fix it from both ends, and how do we kind of come together to figure this out? And this was a plan that's been worked on for probably a year and a half to 2 years maybe, of this is a good system. We like it. It's just a matter of financially, where do we land?
I definitely have talked to the chiefs about this one in some length. And I do agree. I think we have some conceptual, theoretical agreement. And just want to say, across all of public safety, both fire and police, I'm so impressed with and so grateful for the investment in our training. Those teams, the level that we are now able to train our folks. I think that has been something we've put a lot of time and energy and effort and funding into. And that's really reaped rewards. So very happy that we're talking about this and how we can get our folks the best training that's the most applicable. Because it does sound like there maybe has been some jump through this hoop, even if it's a hoop that you're like, I will never see that hoop again, but
Yeah.
okay, right. So I just want to say, I think conceptually and theoretically, like that investment that we've made in our training and really upping our level, I'm very proud of. So
Yeah.
Kudos on that. And I think we're definitely jointly interested in how do we really make the most of that moving forward. So, yeah. Cool.
This, and we understand too, there's kind of cost to it where we look for that financial help of.
Yeah.
When we had it last time, like 2022, Biff had given us some numbers of saying, hey, what's our current step in working out class costs? So
Yeah.
just trying to get the total cost of ownership package for this one will be really helpful.
Yeah.
You guys on?
Yeah. And I know our team has been working on that. So
Great.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I just add some color, certainly, as Christine said, obviously, we're supportive of this, and I know we spent a bunch of time at the last negotiations talking about it as well, but I mean, this goes back. Probably as long as I've been here, you know, I mean, I remember sitting in a room with Womack and Chief Oldenburg and that whole group and whiteboarding a very similar career development matrix. So we've been talking about this for, I've only been here 15 years, but I bet you it's been 15 years. And as Chief Hummel says, this is probably one of our most grieved sections of the contract over the course of the years because it's complex, confusing. Courses change. And
Yeah.
I would say maybe not targets have moved. I think the goal has always been to, you know, kind of enhance our members' knowledge, enhance their experience, and being able to deliver that back to our community and its citizens by providing better service, right? As well as a career path for these folks, right? So as we build through these career development programs, it's really enticing them to get ready for the next program, to be ready to work out of class, to be ready to take the promotion and then learn and get better.
Succession planning and
Yeah.
built into it.
And the more we can do that, as we kind of talked about that working out of class component, if we can solve working out of class within that own crew, it's better knowledge of the district. It's better crew cohesion. There's so many wins there that the departments, a lot of departments that are doing it right, never swing somebody from a house to a house. It's everything's in that own house, right? They're just moving up. The guy on the ladder is moving over to, you know, the officer's seat on the engine for the day, and they're keeping
Off they
the
go.
continuity, and it's very, very consistent. It's better for not only our community, but our members as well, right? Because they're working in-house. We have a number of members now who really want to work out of class for that next rank, but they're also still young enough in their career that they feel a lot more comfortable working out of class in their house, in their district, with their crew that they know. And the more we can get people into this working out of class rank, the more that will happen, right? The more the ability is there. So super supportive of the framework and the concepts and appreciate the work that Cam and, everybody did, on both sides to, Jason Lewis and Brad and everybody to get to this point. It really comes down to just the financial proposals. I think with the framework from a management side, where there's a few little things, but, and we can talk through them when we get to that point, but overall, we're very supportive of this move and yeah, I think it's a win if we can get it across the finish line. So.
Another one of those shared interests. I think that advanced EMT and this one, to me, as we were preparing for this, I was like, oh, okay, it's really clear that like everyone's really excited about a couple of these proposals, and it seems like we've got a lot of momentum. Yeah.
Payroll above the deduction and all the billing codes they have to deal with.
Oh my gosh. I really think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but that the transparency and the predictability, right, for our employees of like, okay, like I understand how this works. Like there's not this complicated, like, well, let me explain to you how this may or may not have, right? So I think Stacy and I have talked about that a lot for all of our employees. It's like we want people to have a career here and we want them to see a trajectory. Like we want them to stay with us and be career employees. And so appreciate that aspect of it too.
Go ahead, Kev.
Oh, I was gonna say, that's kind of along those lines, one of the nice parts about this too is the predictability. If you know on an annual basis roughly what season or what month of a year that these trains are gonna pop up, you can better plan for your career. Like, okay, next fall, I'm gonna plan on jumping in. So when you look at your calendar, when we do our annual vacation elections, when we do it kind of for the next year to do our preemptive vacation planning, you could have an idea with the family conversations of like, I'm gonna have this. Other of these courses are like, I don't know, the site hasn't listed them. I'm not sure, it says no longer offered, and try to figure things out. So whether for succession, you hear the vacancies, the constraints, and you kind of think like, okay, maybe it's time to fill that gap. Maybe it's time to step in and I know when I can plan for it.
Yeah. And I think from a recruitment standpoint that we were talking about yesterday, if you were to come in from outside the department and you were to just be able to look at a table, you can pretty easily, knowing what the firefighting world looks like, go, okay, I'm a firefighter, I'm a senior firefighter, and I can promote up in these different levels. And usually that's some form of education-based system. They can very quickly and easily identify that and go, okay, this makes sense to me. Our system we have now, if you try to look at it and go, well, how much am I actually going to make as a person going over to Boise from another department when we're trying to get higher qualified individuals? It's hidden. They can't figure out our system and what a step raise is and how to get a step raise and where it fits in with them and their career path. So from that very specific recruitment level, this is a much easier to understand process for anybody that's looking to come to Boise Fire.
One people talk about like top step is someone's like, what's your top step driver? I just see driver on there. Like, well,
it's complicated. You got your standard, you got your composite, you got your coming in, Stacey and I were like, one more time?
Yeah.
Could you whiteboard that? No, what?
And I'd add not only for our members, but also for mayor, council and citizens, right?
Yeah.
We continue to get transparency as set as an expectation across the board.
Absolutely.
And this helps with that transparency component of showing, what those pay steps are. So it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship there.
Oh,
I've continued to hear that more and more over the years of how do we produce that transparency, so.
Well, and thinking about a new, we've talked a few times about, now I'm going to throw out an acronym, ERP. But that's basically the financial system and our HR system, looking to invest in a new one of those. And it's like, man, the more complicated things are on the back end, like almost all of this stuff, honestly, is manual. I mean, there's like internal audit. I don't know if you know this, but internal audit actually reviews public safety's payroll because it's like, it's just like so complicated that it's so prone to mistakes that we're always like, did we short anybody? Did we over anybody? And never intentional, but it's just so complicated.
Right.
So also, yes, that the transparency and predictability for our team members looking to have a career with us, but then also the like, how do we even manage this and administrate it in a way that's we're confident we're doing it right. And it's clear and more simple. So.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we want to pause there? And I guess I would just, I think you walked through the proposal, but is there any clarifying questions on their proposal? That would be helpful for us when we come back through the other side. Because it's, I mean, even Cam and I have had discussions, a little bit ahead of this, trying to clarify some points, and I think we've checked a lot of those boxes, but is there anything that would help Stacy or team or finance as we work through this? Because like I say, I think what I would say is that I think we have a solid framework. It's really, let's just throw it on the table. It is a financial.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. It's a financial exercise at this point in time. How do we make it work? What's the additional costs? All those kind of things. And the more we can do to look at that and make sure that works, is the more successful we can be. Like I say, I don't think even last negotiations, we had a framework that was conceptual that we were agreeing to, but we couldn't make the fiscal components work. So this time I spent a lot more time kind of walking through how we could do it. So I feel like the framework is much more solid this time around than it was last time. Last time we were trying to do framework and finance.
And yeah.
It just was it wasn't a win.
Yeah.
Great learning opportunity.
What if, chief, so we got sick leave coming up, that's a heavy lift. Then maybe we do like another one, maybe caucus, that way you guys can maybe review it. Ask some
I'm good
questions,
with whatever.
follow-up
Yeah,
questions.
I was just pausing to see if there was any.
I'm going to defer to, I would love to hear Stacy's perspective. I understand this conceptually. I will admit I have not been deep in the details of the percentages. And I know that is going to be, the fiscal impact of this is going to be the big discussion. But Stacy, do you have clarifying questions?
A little bit. I do really like this conceptually. I like that, we've talked about the promotion of growth through succession, the planning, the recruitment, the transparency, all of that. It seems to be a good shift. It is complicated to understand where we were versus where we're going. So that took me a hot second to put all that together. I'm curious what drove your, where you landed with the 3% and 4%. What data drove you to, here's where we're landing with the numbers? Where was that derived from?
Yeah, the 3% is capturing current step raise. So if we're going to sunset that program on its outside curriculum on your own and go take these classes, almost like, oh yeah, you want this, you got to go take them. Is it good for us as a city? Maybe, arguably. So to take that benefit and just build that into our internal training that we get to control the narrative and how it comes back to us.
Okay.
So that's where that 3% comes from, and how it carries over by rank is the same as step raise currently. So no change in the benefit amount that you grab from that.
Okay.
The 4% we looked at to say, well, if we take the rates and we try to average out, which it moves, that target moves because it averages based on that current pool and the differential and the base wage increases, that pool changes when you talk about management process for payroll.
Yeah.
They get to recalculate that one. And so I said, well, what's that look like? And one thing we didn't want to do is we never wanted to have that rank outpace the one above it. So if you were a senior firefighter 3 rank and you're making more into base captain, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's kind of more of an incremental step, but it doesn't exceed the next promotion.
So trying to,
Yeah.
we call it compression,
Mhm. Yeah,
but trying to keep, trying to avoid compression or,
Okay.
That's
Okay.
yeah, that's a
okay.
big one. And part of that too is there is great value in having someone with longevity in that firefighter seat that knows that role, that's a professional in that role. There's great value in having those drivers in that role that are very good, or captains. So while it also provides a really good framework for those that want to have succession planning too, for those that are happy with being like, I really want to be excellent at this, there's more of an incentive to like, don't want to go financials. It's like, I could do, all right, I could hang tight here. I can maintain this role and become more of an expert. If you ask crews that have someone, a veteran in the role below them, like I'm sure Ryan can appreciate when he swings up to captain, having some seniors on the driver's side or the firefighter side, like, oh man, I got good people in place that are gonna help make this job easier today.
And Romeo, you may already know the answer to this, but you had mentioned that there was a cost savings within that first year because we wouldn't be paying until they reach that point. So is this proposal net neutral, or is there a financial cost to this overall?
There potentially is going to be and we're not sure because we don't know, we don't have all the metrics to measure exactly where the cost savings are based on how many people are swinging up in that WOC position.
Okay.
Trying to roughly take that budget and kind of spread it out a little bit through those ranks, but we're taking the initial that we have of the 3% and just moving it into that and saving that 1 year.
Mhm.
We also don't know how many people get to access within that one. So it's
Got it.
it's individuals that either are just I shouldn't say really great planners. They may have come from somewhere else and we allowed them to apply some of their previous training within that system. They may have looked at that system very early on and it also generally comes with somebody with experience from somewhere else that they look at that and they go, I feel really comfortable kind of accelerating my career because I have a lot of the education that I need. And they can look at our system and go, okay, this is all I need to do is just take these classes here. And then I'm able to do that. And I can plan so that day one, I'm already there at my additional step. And then I can start working on my next step. So it's people that are also have a little more accelerated mindset to be able to move through that system. So there's a cost savings there that I just want to make sure gets applied to the costing of this. The WOC spreading that out a little bit probably has an ask, if you will, of us to have a little bit of an increase from where we are, but we're doing it because we're trying to increase the pool as well, which then allows more people to be able to swing up in-house, as Chief alluded to, that makes the system and the staffing easier. The staffing part of it and shifting people around also has a cost savings measure to it, but it's very difficult to
Hard to
measure.
quantify, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of behavior in this that I would be hesitant to say there's direct cost savings, because the flip side is like right now, a firefighter 4, right? In your proposal,
Mhm.
day one would move into a senior firefighter 3,
Mhm.
and day one of captain would move into I guess they wouldn't move into but they would already work out of class as captain, right? So day one, so there's probably some, trade-offs there.
Yeah.
Because they've already done officers academy, they've already done working out of class. The firefighter 4s can work out of class all the way to captain.
Right.
So
Yes,
day one,
because they have.
just like
Yes, yes, yes.
the senior firefighter.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You are correct in that.
Which kind of be how it would be right now.
Yeah.
Here's my step classes. I turn it into.
Yeah, I mean, who was it?
Yeah.
13 said I was just talking to about it. But they work out of class as a captain, and so but they can't get their career development today.
Right.
If they promoted to senior firefighter,
Yes.
they would.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
There's
Yes, that is a very valuable.
that behavior of people is really hard to tell you exactly what they're going to do, and and I wouldn't say it's using the system to their advantage and knowing it and winning. So I don't think that's a bad thing if they have a clear path and they want to wrap on that stuff and get to officers academy when they're a firefighter and
Right.
complete the career development classes ahead of time, so that they know when they get there that they're going to get X.
Yeah. Well, I think there's, as we're doing now, and this is, I'm in the training division, so I get to see it. we're still limiting people that have the ability to even take the class just because we don't have the room to put people in there. So I think we've been very consistent in trying to manage really needs of the department as well, and how many people are even eligible to take the Captain's Academy.
What's an
Which-
average cohort?
Excuse me?
What's an average cohort? What's the number of folks in each class?
Roughly 20. Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
I think we put a cap on it, and I want to say it was 20.
Yeah.
20 was a lot.
Yeah.
Last one.
Okay.
Yeah,
And it's gonna,
we had a lot of momentum this last time
Yeah.
around. As they alluded, we've been doing over the last 3 years, but really this last one was kind of like the evolution of a lot of work. Chief Zimmerly worked really hard on kind of building that out and really advancing it. We had a lot of good momentum. So the goal would be, as we continue to see that, I don't think we'll see 20 every year. I think it'll go back the other way and go down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's really, I would say this last academy was probably really the first time where we had all the boxes checked. We had all the right people in the seats,
Mhm.
and I've heard nothing but positive comments from our members like Cam that
That's awesome.
really said, this is where we want to be. This is preparing me for that next step. And yeah, so it's been really positive.
That's great.
yeah, and we've been in this just really accelerated kind of growth model, trying to get people where we've been very short in the captain position. And I think we're coming to a point where it's going to start at least leveling out. It's not gonna flatline, but it's gonna level out a little bit where I think some of these discussions are going to just slow down. Some of these processors are going to slow down a little bit. And we may get to the point where, yes, classes are smaller, and we may even get to a point where we start doing kind of an every other year type academy process. Currently, our promotional process is supposed to be on that schedule as well, which is every other year we're putting on a promotional test. We're putting on promotional tests at a minimum of every year and have been doing it even more frequently than that because of the accelerated growth model that we've been in.
Yeah.
But I do see light at the end of the tunnel. I think we managed it really well by trying to get a lot of people through the system. And I think we are going to have a nice kind of steady rise moving from there until we have a big growth spurt.
I spent a morning with Chief Hall, I don't know, it was maybe a month or 2 months ago. Time is blurry. But definitely the handful of stations that we visited and the crews we spent time with, they were like, a lot of change, a lot of like, I'm now the senior. It was, kind of a little bit of big eyes, like, I'm now the senior person and I haven't really been here that like
Yeah.
and spoke very, very well of the training. And clearly he was confident, he was competent, but he was like, yeah, it's been kind of a fast ride here for the last couple of years. So yeah, I know, just hearing from the teams and seeing those couple of stations, it was like, okay, yeah, like, definitely we're making good use of this.
Yeah.
Folks are progressing.
Quick question you had mentioned, and this may be just something to work out, would be academy. So we mentioned the Firefighter 3 Academy is a paid academy, kind of on duty, if you will. Right now, this proposal doesn't have any. We would be keeping the status quo, or we're covering some special duty or allowing some off. What's your concept there? I don't see that in this proposal.
Yeah, we didn't draft it into the proposal just because of that growth that we're seeing. If we get to the point where we have smaller classes, the need for doing that special duty potentially goes away. And that was part also of the WOC initially being that 4%, was how do we roll some of that benefit that we're seeing now and taking that Officers Academy into that WOC. So that's probably what we'd be looking at. I think as we get into it, that's probably more of a conversation of some details of specifically what does that look like.
I think that compression discussion is a good one. I didn't run your numbers. Do you know what the compression what you were trying to keep or to keep between the senior firefighter and the captain or?
To mess with like senior firefighter, they can swing up to captain. versus
Yeah, what,
captain.
like the senior firefighter 3 to captain 1, what that separation was?
I didn't have like a goal percentage in mind.
Just more.
Yeah, it seemed like Floyd played up pretty well to keep it a nice gap with enough of a
And we
bump.
can, I mean, I have your numbers, we can look at that, I just didn't calculate in my head or calculate, so I was just trying to figure that out.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, for my own, to cement it in my head. So goals and the intent behind this proposal, because I like to return to that. So definitely taking advantage of our better and higher quality training, both within the fire department, but now also with regional partnerships. Simplifying the coverage and the working out of class, trying to keep folks in their areas with their teams. Simplifying the pay, and simplify/transparency. So just kind of, it's easier, people understand how it works. It's not quite so complicated. I would say, I think I heard, although we might not have used these words, like just the benefit of the succession planning. That's, I think, a joint benefit, right? Like people have a career progression, but we also get the benefit of knowing that folks are coming up the ranks. And then overall, again, understanding you're doing back of the envelope calculations and our team will crunch the numbers with all of the, what does this mean for Percy? And what does this mean for the benefit, right? Really trying to maintain and work mostly within the what we've got now for a financial model, but trying to kind of move those percentages around and make basically apply what we've got to this new model.
Mhm.
Did I roughly capture that?
Yeah, and the one thing I would add, and I feel like we would be doing Chief Bolin a disservice, is this is a giant headache for us right now.
The grievances.
Grievances
Thank
often,
Yes.
managing class schedule that we have currently because
What is the nature of the grievances?
most of the grievances are based on classes and whether you could use the classes prior, and that's
Prior, okay.
yep, and that's really shifted. I think with Chief Hummel kind of coming in, his perspective, and he was around during this time, was that the intent of this program was you would come into the department, you would take the training. And I think what happened is because we've had this conversation a lot, the program really shifted to where we said, if you have the class, we're not asking you to take it again. It would be silly for us to ask you to take it again. You've taken that because they were so specific in exactly what the class was, that we went, you've got value. We started using it as a recruiting tool as well to say, hey, if you've taken these classes and you have prior experience, you can apply these classes to your career to advance and be able to move your career faster with pay and education incentive kind of associated with that. So it started to get a little gray. We talked about a lot as far as, well, how did it get gray and why did it get gray? And the reality is because it was a department need. We were trying to encourage people to move through the process. One of the things that would happen is we were saying we need captains. And this, I would want to say a good solid 2 to 3 years ago when we really started ramping up our officers academy, we have a problem. We don't have enough captains. How do we encourage people to work through the process? A lot of people were saying, well, I'm not going to promote yet because I just promoted to senior firefighter. I haven't had an opportunity to take my classes and get my step raise yet. Therefore, I'm not going to promote because if I don't get my classes before I promote, there's no way for me to go back and get them because you have to get it when you were at that rank. So a lot of people were saying, I'm not ready to do that yet. The department's going, well, we really need you to do that. So there was some, well, it makes sense. You have had the class, you've already taken it, let's apply it. So it wasn't I like to say it wasn't the union pushing, it wasn't administration pushing, it was all of us just trying to go, how do we do this? And that process is what moved us forward.
Yeah, there's been, this is definitely probably one of the most.
Yeah.
Graved and I think of
Yep.
3 pending right now. It's on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's historical, it goes way back,
Yeah.
Yeah.
audits, and it's changed processes, so we do
Yeah.
a much better job documenting now, and putting
Yeah.
personnel files and requiring off-duty shift calendars. So there's a lot of back-end work that needs to go into each coursework, and then it has created some confusion, even just simply shifting a training chief, right? Where
Right.
there, if you hadn't been here for 15 years and read all the grievances, there was there's historical
Yeah.
and tribal knowledge on a lot of those things, so.
And the three that are pending are from previous coursework that they want considered.
Yes.
Okay.
I think all three of them are. There's one of them is a little of both. I think the actual grievance was based on just prior having classes prior. We also have had a lot of this confusion in how do we apply a class to the class list, and there's codes of classes, and I'm going to use an example of building construction. We would have a building construction class, and the class list would very specifically say that it had to be an NFA, which is a National Fire Academy building construction course. And we also, the courses are really based on kind of a timeline. So we have what are called A and B courses. A B course is generally like an 8-hour on average course. You have to have 3 B courses to equal an A course. An A course is generally a course that's going to be roughly a 30 to 40-hour course that you're going to take. In order to get your percentage, you have to have 3 A's in order to get that first step raise. So if there was an NFA building construction class, somebody would either come in or they would have taken a building construction class while they were here and went, well, this is a building construction class. I took a building construction class. Aren't they the same? NFA just means that it was given at the fire academy. It could have been the exact same curriculum. So we allowed people also to be able to audit theoretically and say, here's the class, here's the curriculum behind the class that's exactly the same. But it was also because NFA stopped putting on courses. So we had this course list. It's management that owns the course list, but it is the ability for us to, as a union, the ability for us to attain that value has to always maintain. So while it is management's right to be able to shift that course, we said if you're going to take away an A course, you need to replace it with another A course that has applicability and that has the ability for us to take. So we wouldn't be able to take that away and put a course that's kind of difficult for someone to attain or impossible for somebody to attain in its place. And so because of that, grievances were filed over, well, I took a class, it's the exact same curriculum, it's the exact same instructor sometimes.
Roland has to manage all that.
Well, Chief Bolin has been around for a long time and seen a lot of that. So he's very interested in the step raise. He's been a part of almost all discussions, and that's kind of why I joked about doing a disservice if I didn't talk about what a headache. Because he's been trying to get
Chief Bolin.
He's been trying to get rid of it for years, very, very strongly. And I understand his position of why. And we've just maintained, we want to get there with you. We just have to find an alternative program that works and gives us the same ability to get new education or consistent and simplifies it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
not that the Boise.
Yeah.
The Boise flavor is the only flavor, right? There is
Right.
value in getting outside courses and training.
Sure.
But it allows us to take like a training class or a leadership class or whatever and say, these are the important portions of instructor 1
Mhm.
that is important for a Boise fire captain. The full curriculum for instructor 1 may be important for Jason as a training captain, but it may not be as important for Cam as an operations captain. So if we can take the portions of instructor 1 and say, Cam, this is what you need to do to run your crew and build a shift training and to educate versus, hey, Jason, this is what you need to run
Training,
wide
yeah, to actually,
So
yes.
that's some of the benefits to running the officers academy
Yeah.
versus just saying, go get an instructor 1 cert.
Mm-hmm.
At times we're probably overemphasizing a particular course or class by doing.
Yeah.
So
And sorry,
no,
to the point of instructors, you get one instructor that's going to put on an instructor one course. And they literally show up, they read through slides, and there's no discussion. There's very little value of actual ability to apply that to your job. When we get to do the training, it is very specific for us. And one very clear example is we're building a safety officer course right now internally that is 100% focused on what we do as safety officers and the value that we can create in that class to be very focused on us. If you go somewhere else and take an ISO class, it's literally you learn NIMS, the National Incident Management System. You learn ICS structure, and it's a very basic. It doesn't really get into the nitty gritty of how you can perform this job very well and how you can perform this job very well for Boise Fire, which then translates into better employees for us, better employees for the community that are relevant to everything that we do here, that are relevant to our documents, that are relevant to the exact way that we do business. And that adds to this as well, because we have much more control over what does our academy look like. And we're going to continually be able to model that academy and make those adjustments as time changes and as classes change, as techniques change, strategies change. We can change with them very quickly.
I'm good.
Thank you.
All right.
Good discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good discussion.
All right.
That's probably our most complicated and trying to connect the dots.
Yeah.
The proposal.
I mean, clearly a lot of work has gone into this. I can imagine how, like, a concept in loss negotiation took this long to work through. I mean, it is complex.
All right. Let's jump into sick leave. That should be in the folder there. And good news is I think everybody at this table has seen and heard this many times.
About sick leave before? That was the first time I met you all.
Yeah. So our sick leave proposal has not shifted from kind of our conversation of where it's at. I know the city has a sick leave proposal that's going to be presented as well and kind of on the table. We've seen that. So to try to kind of go through this relatively quickly, our proposal for sick leave is to shift our sick leave from the percentages now to 100% payout at both retirement and then also whenever somebody hits their 600 hours cap. And I know I've shared with everybody kind of the reasoning, the value I think that the city has in making a shift. Some intangibles in that as well that are hard to quantify for value, and we've talked about that. So I'm kind of excited to see when you present your proposal where that kind of comes into play and where you have kind of landed on the value of making a shift in that sick leave proposal. So nothing really has changed in that at all from the last presentation, and we just wanted to kind of throw it out there as we're still very interested. We still feel the 100% value is going to give us a much bigger shift than doing lesser of a value. And that's the more shift we get, the more potential savings there is in the program. And that's kind of where we have talked about very high level of if we looked at a 75% shift, we're not going to come out here and say absolutely not, we're opposed to it, but our stance is very consistent in if we start dancing the line of not valuing the 100%, does it get us to where we want to go with a change in behavior? And that change in behavior is really the big shift we need to see kind of the modeling of savings.
Mhm.
So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. But again,
I'm pretty familiar with.
Yeah,
So
I've-
you got such a jump start on
Yeah.
it, so.
Yeah.
I will say I do appreciate and acknowledge, as we have all just said, like we have been working this one for a while. And I know at one point we were talking about doing a pilot, and then I think got to the point where it's like, we're about to get into negotiations. So I just wanted to express my gratitude for your patience, because we have been talking about this for a while, and just want to acknowledge that on the
Thank you.
record.
Thank
So thanks for
Yeah.
thanks for your patience as we were working through.
We appreciate it as well.
Yeah, the only thing I just add is I think there is some flavor to it that's probably worthy of just, I don't know if public or anybody is watching, just the concept of your proposal too, right? Is your belief is that even at 100%, it's a net neutral or a positive for the city?
Yes.
From a cost standpoint. Correct?
Yeah, and I would, and you bring up a really good point, Chief, is there are people that are probably watching that are not familiar with it. So I could give a little bit of background, just high level of this. So there's kind of the two concepts that we have. We have the sick leave concept that is anything over the 1,200 hours or 600 hours if you're a day crew position, that is kind of the annually occurring every year. If you reach that maximum, then there's an ability for you to put that money into the HRA Viva, which we obviously have talked about quite a bit.
Which we also have for our general employees. So that's a similar benefit.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's a great system for us to be able to utilize. And then we have the end of retirement system. So the big part of this conversation that really makes a difference, and I know, for example, PD has been brought up a couple of times about where they're at with their sick leave, and trying to maintain some parity, which is very reasonable. There's a big difference in the way that we staff versus the way that PD staffs, with the actual savings part of it that applies, where we have a minimum staffing clause that says we have to have so many firefighters on at any given time. So what happens is, based on the conversation that we had earlier about a number of people that were allowed off on vacation, we hit that number, and then that number basically means that almost every sick leave position that's going to happen after that requires a backfill. That backfill is then an overtime shift that's paid at time and a half. So what our general concept is, if we can encourage our members through an incentive of, if you don't have to use your sick leave and you're able to carry it through the year, you will get 100% payout. That 100% payout, although it sounds like a big jump or a big shift for the city, is still saving the city money by not having to backfill those positions that are paid at time and a half. So that 50% savings is really what comes back to the city. Now, not every position that is used of sick leave requires a backfill. For example, if in the training division, if I am sick, we don't have to backfill my position. So that is not an additional cost to the city, but I am still utilizing that sick leave. There are times throughout the year, I would say it's hard to actually get averages now of consistency, because as we grow, that consistency kind of dies down. But it used to be January was like our big month where everybody was done with the holidays, everybody's kind of done with vacations, or they're not going to start vacations for a little bit. So January was usually a month we were pretty flush. So we could maintain or manage multiple people being off on sick and not having to backfill those positions. So there were times, and we ran some numbers that I think was kind of in the 70%-ish, like high 70%-ish range of backfill that occurs during that sick leave opportunity. So what we're trying to do is incentivize people to not use their sick leave unless they have to. And the reality that we have is, when someone gets to the end of their career, and I'm going to talk about both of them, but when somebody gets to the end of their career, having a 30-year career as a firefighter is extremely hard on your body. You usually end up with multiple surgeries. You usually end up with multiple injuries. So what happens is, because sick leave has theoretically little value or low value to it, currently it's roughly 27%. Because it has low value, people find more value in going, well, I'm at the end of my career and I'm still hurt I need to get a surgery. And we used to kind of joke, Chief Niemeyer's not here, but he was a poster child for that exact scenario of I'm going to get a surgery while I'm here and be able to utilize some sick leave, which is a very normal and reasonable utilization of sick leave. It's not an abuse of any system, but I'm going to use that sick leave because it's got more value to me to use it than it does to get paid out at 27%. And so a lot of our membership has that same concept of I'm going to get surgery. I'm going to try to get healthy before I retire. And the reality is it was this job that has put them there. So we all feel very comfortable in going, yeah, if you need surgery to get healthy before you retire, you absolutely should do that. And you have a benefit of sick leave that has been there because of this job. Yes, it's very reasonable for you to do that and make sense. So that's one aspect of it. Now, in the retirement aspect of it, there are some other intangibles that if we are putting this money into people's HRA VIBA, the number one reason that we hear from people not retiring is they feel like they don't have enough money for medical and retirement. The HRA VIBA is the vehicle, the most easily used vehicle to get them more money to be able to use for retirement. So we think converting more sick leave into 100% that's going into HRA VIBA. And I want to be very clear, we're not asking for a payout at all. We're asking for a shift of that money to go towards their retirement. What that does also, and this is another unquantifiable that we really have, but if we can get people to retire what we would consider on time or to retire, multiple benefits come from that. Number one is going to be longevity. Our people that are the oldest people nearest retirement are the highest wage earners based on that longevity because they're making money that's based on how long they've been here. We get rid of that longevity quicker if they retire on time and we replace them with a new firefighter. Now you're rank wise moving up. So we're really only seeing a savings in that piece that goes along with their longevity of how long they've been here.
So Jason, is it fair to say that your theory here in terms of behavior change is really targeted at a specific demographic?
Yes and no. So that's one side of it. Stacy is kind of that retired age or close to retire age, the getting healthy before retirement. So within that tangible, the one other thing that I want to kind of talk about is just this like productivity, proneness to injury. As you get further in your career and you stay here longer, you're more prone to injury. They're longer healing injuries, which is way more cost to the city as well. So there's a lot of savings that are really I want to have in the conversation, but I don't know how to say we're going to save, $50,000 per person per year on something. I have
Because
no
many
idea.
of those injuries are covered not under sick, but under workers' comp.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But still at a cost to the city.
Still at a cost.
Yes. And again, replacing an older person with a younger person and keeping the workforce kind of down here is going to be a savings no matter what. So now shifting to the other piece. The other piece that we talk about is kind of that annual usage of sick leave that we have for all of our firefighters that are here. And one of the things that we talk about is this big financial decision that is made with those firefighters when our sick leave covers us for ourselves, it covers us for our families, for our children, spouses. So oftentimes, and it's based on a 48-hour schedule and working that 48-hour schedule. If we have a sick child, somebody needs to help manage a child, and that is a benefit that we have negotiated to be able to have sick leave to support our families. So the general financial decision making that comes to be a part of that discussion is, if we were to assume that we had a husband and wife family with two children, one of the children gets sick, and the husband and wife get together and go, well, who should stay home with the children? And it really comes down to this financial decision of firefighters often going, well, my sick leave is only worth 27% of the value of me staying home. Your sick leave often, and a lot of the industry has shifted to just a PTO system. And so at like a total PTO system, not a lot of actual sick leave that's left. So when they make that decision, they go, well, Mine is I use it or it's worth 27%. If I use it, then it's got a lot more value to us and our family than if I don't use it and you stay home with the children. So that financial decision is made often for a lot of those sick leave conversations. What we want to make sure we don't do is incentivize people to come to work sick and then cause other people to then get sick from that.
We
So-
learned anything from COVID, it's keep it at home.
Yeah, so we're trying to have a lot of conversation with everybody to make sure that they are managing their sick leave appropriately. And really, a lot of this is a big discussion and a big culture shift. So we're having a lot of discussion with the membership over what a change to this would look like, and making sure that we have some good internal kind of processes to make sure that everybody is having communication, monitoring, requesting if they need that someone goes home if they're actually
Actually said, yeah.
getting to the point where they're going to get someone else sick. So that's kind of where we are. The other piece to this that I just want to throw out there prior to the other presentation happening is simplicity. And the other proposal that we've seen, and we know, I mean, we've been talking about it. I was talking about it with Chief Niemeyer, is a very complex system. It's complex to manage. It's complex to figure out. Jokingly, we like to use the phrase that firefighters are dumb. We have a good time with it.
Not true.
Not true at all, right?
Not true.
But I'm going to throw it out there just because simplicity helps. It's really going to help to shift the culture of this process than to go through and try to figure out how do we manage multiple different processes of, well, I was sick this many times and used this many hours. The rest of the department was sick this many times and used this many hours. A lot of algorithms kind of going into what that looks like. I don't even know what that means for what I'm getting as far as a value goes. So I think there's a difference in that system as well, that if we're looking for a culture shift, simplicity is a great way to go.
I follow this. I don't have any questions unless.
I just think it was important to have some of that background.
Yeah, I
don't think
Yes.
anything you
Yeah.
said was shocking off to me,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I do think that's important. Because if folks didn't join in on the health trust negotiations or haven't been, it's kind of like career development. We've been talking about this now for
Right.
a couple of
Yeah.
years.
Right.
So I think.
If
the
you're
folks
new to this conversation,
are
yeah,
probably pretty well
I
schooled
think
up
it
on
was a year
concepts,
ago
but-
that we.
Yeah,
I bet it was
Yeah.
about a year ago.
yeah, because it was prior to the healthcare trust
Yeah.
negotiations for our meeting.
So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the bump. I think it was important. We often forget that there's people watching and.
We are in
it's-
fact
it's
on
important.
camera. Yes, we are.
All right, let's see, we will close that one out. And let me go back here. All right, I think we got one more in the queue. How's everybody doing time wise? We feeling good? Need to wash our hands at all?
Anyone need their hands washed?
Sorry.
It's just a new term. We enjoy it.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
trying it out. It's,
For all the people watching at home.
Yes.
All right, well, we'll keep going.
I think
if
we're,
it
I
feels
think
good.
we're fine.
All right, so we dropped another one in there. The next one we're gonna present is our 4-person staffing proposal. I think that's what it's, 2026 4-person staffing is the title of it. And I want to give quick, obvious intent, some background. The intent of this proposal is to memorialize a measurable framework for implementing 4-person minimum staffing on engine companies while allowing the city reasonable administrative flexibility and hiring timelines. This proposal ensures staffing gains are guaranteed by contract, not discretionary, while still providing the city the ability to adjust the timing of hiring to meet operational or budgetary realities without sacrificing end goals or firefighter safety. So a lot of background, a lot of history here on 4-person staffing conversations. This goes back easily 15 plus years as well. of us really starting this movement towards wanting to get 4-person staffing.
I think it was the first thing Mark talked to me about 17 seconds after I met with him.
Wow.
The first time.
Yeah.
It was 4-person staff.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Good job, Chief. There. And I think that speaks to the priority level at which we have had, and there's two big reasons that we have priority levels of 4-person staffing. Number one is the safety of firefighters, and number two is the benefit to the community of a better service that we're able to provide. And we have talked a lot about kind of both of those things: the value in structure fires and having the number of people there, and 4-person staffing, the number for cardiac arrest and for codes that we're going to run. Having 4 people there and having somebody to manage the scene and 3 people to actually do the hands-on CPR part of resuscitation. So there's a lot of value in that. We have shared a lot of the value. I know the city is on board and interested in 4-person staffing. We have started walking down that road of 4-person staffing, and it really becomes a reality of how we get there. So the very first negotiation, technically this is 3 if I now think about it, Chief Gervais. The Chief Gervais was a 4-person staffing negotiation where we were talking about some FRF money that was out there that we had plans to use for 4-person staffing. And not to kick a dead horse, that has kind of shifted, but the conversation of, okay, we don't want to talk about how we're financing it or why or what. We just want to continue the conversation of it's important for us as firefighters for our safety, and it's important for the community for us to get there. Let's just put a roadmap together of how we get there. So the last contract negotiation we had, we really tried to focus on and try to put together some parameters. We got theoretically what I would call a promise in the contract to really start moving that direction. We did see some movement in that direction. We kind of had this theoretical plan that we were going to see about 1 station per year come online with 4-person staffing, and it's made some adjustments. We have kind of had a setback. We have went, okay, let's shift, let's make some budgetary decisions that make sense for the city. We agree with that, but now we're looking at it going, oh, are we going to still get there? So this language here, what we're really trying to do is get some language in the contract that is reasonable for the city to say, we want to give you the flexibility to run through the budget and to hire and bring 4-person staffing on in a way that makes the most sense for the city. But we kind of want some form of language saying, you're going to get there. You're going to be able to move that ball forward a little bit in the contract. And we feel like very similar to our conversation earlier, if we have this stated end goal that we are going to get there, it's really going to put our focus on making sure we get there. So that's our goal here. We're trying to present this as we're not asking for any more money per se. We have already theoretically agreed to do this. We know it's the best thing for the city to move forward in this direction. We're just trying to kind of get a little bit on paper that kind of holds everybody's feet to the fire of actually progressing in this and making sure that it stays a top priority for the city. And, that's the value of putting it in the contract, is it just keeps it up there at a high priority. So it keeps it in the conversation where if something else, in the city comes into the conversation, we go, okay, well, if we're going to choose to do this, we still have this priority over here that we have to meet. So we need to figure out how to do both of these. So that is the intent behind the language. And then I will go through and just read. It would be all new language here that would go into the contract itself. So the inclusion here, and to kind of summarize, would be a total of 4-person minimum staffing on 5 engine companies by the end of 2030 contract term. So this has got some assumptions that we potentially are looking at a 4-year contract term. And if we go to a different term, we have some flexibility here. But there are a couple of assumptions that I wanted to point out. So this plan would include an immediate implementation on 2 engine companies in the first year of the contract. And then incremental expansion to 3 additional engine companies over the life of the agreement. It would give flexible timing of hiring, provided all benchmarks are met by contract deadlines. So we also know that putting on an academy takes time to plan. There's some budgetary concerns that have to be applied there. But we also do know that there are things like SAFER grants out there that can help us in this process. So we're trying to work through having some flexibility again with the city and saying, we get it. We're here to work with you. We just want to make sure that we can kind of say, we're going to get this done, at least to this level over the term of the contract. So the initial implementation for 2026 would be 7 FTE firefighters shall be added to support the implementation of 4-person minimum staffing on 2 engine companies. Again, the reason that we use 7 for those engine companies is to be able to provide for vacation leave and sick leave. And we've gone back and forth, so it's really hard to stay kind of consistent with a plan, because we have at times said, okay, it's 1 firefighter per engine that we need to hire. At other times we go, no, technically we need to hire 1.25 firefighters per position on an engine. At other conversations, we have said, no, technically we need to hire almost 2 people to be able to manage it. And it really
I have one of each of those memos from chiefs.
right.
I was like, is it 6? Is it 9? Is it where?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes, I
some-
acknowledge that confusion.
yeah, some flexibility there as well. The real goal is just that we go, okay, we are trying to get 5 engine companies at 4-person staffing online. What that looks like to the city, whether the city chooses to say we're comfortable with exactly 6 to get there, exactly 3 to get there, it's totally up to you.
I would just say from a chief standpoint, it really comes down to a staffing coefficient number.
Mhm.
So there is different levels of success that we can have with different staffing coefficients. So I shouldn't say always, but our minimum staffing requires us to fill the seats to 3, right? So we're always going to fill the seats to 3. But as we get higher in our staffing coefficients, it does give us more efficiency with all the things that we were talking about, movements,
Mhm.
crew
Yeah.
continuity, things like that. So
The swing
I
shift.
don't know that
Yeah.
the difference in numbers is like totally different philosophies, but there is a staffing coefficient. And we have seen some departments with a higher staffing coefficient. I'm not even gonna say ours because I'm gonna blow it, but that's higher than ours, that have no problems with force backs, no problems with
Yeah.
vacation leave, no problems with sick leave, no, right? Because they have extra people in their pool and they're just able to manage it with the on-duty resources. So I think from the standpoint of probably why you see some of those differences, because there is a number of different problems we can solve as our staffing coefficient goes up. So as we get more people, we get more 4-person companies just by default, never mind by specifying it. But if we have extra people on duty, and the sick leave proposal could do this too, right? If we keep people on shift and they're not on sick leave or they're not on constant staffing, we default to, if we have an extra person on shift, they're going to be a 4-person company, whether that is always a 4-person company or not. So just in defense of the previous chiefs,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Fair.
I felt
Teasing.
obligated to jump in there. Sorry.
If Chief Niemeyer is watching, that one was for you. I hope he's not.
Very, very fair statement. So yeah, as far as the number of people, we put something in here just to be able to have some consistency in what that language looked like, and try to make sure that we were saying how we were going to get there. We're happy to look at adjustments of that. Implementation of 4-person staffing on 2 engine companies shall occur no later than the end of calendar year 2026. Be ongoing staffing implementation 2027 through 2030. This is where we really increased and added a lot of flexibility. The language that says the city shall add sufficient FTE firefighters over the term of the agreement to achieve 4-person minimum staffing on 3 additional engine companies. The city shall retain flexibility in the timing of hiring and academy placement. However, a minimum of 1 additional engine company shall be staffed at 4 firefighters no later than December 31st, 2028. All remaining staffing necessary to reach the 5 4-person engine companies shall be completed no later than December 31st of 2030. Each engine company brought to 4-person staffing shall be identified and incorporated into Article 5, Section E, minimum staffing at the time of implementation. We would do that through an MOU at each one of those marks that the city felt comfortable when they were going to hire. Staffing flexibility with accountability. The city may adjust the timing of hiring, recruit academies, and deployment of personnel, provided that no total staffing objectives are met within the contract term, or the total staffing objectives are met within the contract term. No delays extend beyond the final compliance deadlines outlined above, and progress toward implementation is continuous and demonstrable. Maintaining of staffing levels. Once an engine company is designated as a 4-person minimum staffing company, that staffing level shall be maintained at all times and shall not be reduced without mutual agreement between the city and the union. One of the reasons that I just wanted to discuss real quick about minimum staffing and trying to maintain minimum staffing as much as possible. We've been pretty flexible, I think, in a good way with where the city is. We've come to pretty happy middle ground where we allow a company to be able to drop down to 3-person staffing for a series of hours, as long as that person is then coming back, or we're at some point getting some backfill to bring it back up to 4-person staffing. The biggest reason that we want to maintain 4-person staffing is for the safety and training aspect and modeling of 4-person staffing. When we shift from a 3-person staffing model to a 4-person staffing model, there's an adjustment tactically in how we perform jobs at the fireground, as well as how we perform jobs on our medical calls. Based on that, our job is to train so that we are very effective in the moment. We train until we don't have to think about what we're doing. We're able to just do it. And so that's our goal with 4-person staffing, is that we get to retrain in a 4-person staffing model on very specific jobs. The problem occurs when we are going to be a 4-person company, and then next week we're down to a 3-person company, then the next week we're back to a 4, then we're back to a 3. That creates a problem of that training model. We actually had, during our last training, a line of duty death that happened based on a 4-person engine company that was down to a 3-person engine company. They had trained and were generally a 4-person engine company, and things happened during that process of they were working under the thought process that they were a 4-person engine company, split some crews, and somebody ended up dying because of it, which really just kind of supports the idea of where we're at with trying to maintain 4-person staffing as much as possible. The flexibility that we want to extend and want to have is, if we have somebody that's gone for a very short time, granted, we never know when those calls are coming in, but there is a little bit of flexibility that we want to allow the city to have and the department to have in managing that. So again, we're saying this is like a no additional cost.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a funny conversation that I've had for the 11 years that I've been here. Wait a minute, we agreed here at some point, and we're going to continue to have.
I will say I am very proud. I know this has been in conversation for years and years and years, and really seeing good progress made. I mean, we opened Station 13 with 4-person staffing, got it at, I believe it's 15. Make sure I'm right. Okay.
Yep.
So I do want to acknowledge and really say this has been a shared priority. I think you have all heard it from the dais, from council a number of times, every time we're in a budget build. So I really want to reinforce, although we may not be making as quick of progress as you all might like to see, just want to reiterate, this has been a priority and we have made progress on it. We're not just in talking about it land.
Right.
So I do want to just on the record acknowledge that. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and I want to mirror your statement as well, that we have made progress, and we appreciate that we have made progress. This has been a long time coming, and we're just trying to make sure that we're trying to make sure consistently that we continue with that progress. We know it's there, but we also feel that if we have something kind of lined out in the contract again, it just kind of keeps that 4-person staffing as a priority with all of the other priorities that the city has to juggle. So appreciate it very, very much though.
And just to clarify, the line of duty death that you talked about was not.
No, was
Okay.
not ours.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
just I was like,
Yes.
just want to be clear, that was, I mean, that's unfortunate and
Yeah.
a horrific tragedy and nothing we want to see anywhere, especially not here, but just in case anybody misheard that. So, okay.
Quick clarifying question. And we may need some language update on this portion later. When we say we're adding or we're achieving 2 in the first year, we're not counting 13s or 15s as that 2. So this would be 2 additional above what we have today.
Correct.
And I'm not even counting 16. So 16s isn't even in
Yes.
the sky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'd be up to 7 by the end of the contract in theory.
Yeah, 7 in the city. Yes.
Add that.
5 additional, but 7 in the city total. Yeah. Well, thank you for listening and again for as a city definitely helping us to move in that direction. That's big. And when I first got here as a firefighter, knew it's a priority across the nation. Knew it's a big priority, and it's been really nice to see because often we have these big culture shifts, these big changes to how we do business that we will say, well, I'll never see it in my career, but I'm going to get the ball rolling. I've actually been able to be a part of this happening during my career, so I do appreciate the city stepping up and helping to make that a reality.
And I would just add from a perspective of, we support, or I support the 4-person staffing concepts. We think we all want to get there. I mean, there's stories every day. I mean, just last week we had a structure fire up in 13's district. First due engine was 13, second due engine was 16, both 4-person companies. It was the officer on 13 was able to take command of the incident from start to finish. He stayed in command because he had that 4-person company. The second 4-person company came in, was able to split crews. So in essence, we had 4 crews on scene in 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they were able to split, and very successful outcome. 300-foot hose stretch, which is a long stretch. So from a layperson standpoint, they stretched up to the 3rd floor. Engine 13's crew was able to do that while the captain and other crew member were able to get essay and do their 360. So lots of success there. And that's a fire situation, but as Jason kind of alluded to, and even Ryan talked a little bit about before, there is a significant benefit to that 4-person staffing and just our daily medical calls as well, whether it be lift assist, whether it be cardiac arrest. So I just would echo that we support it, and I think the city does as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
And I should also, just while we're saying things on the record, I know we've had these conversations as well, but it feels like we should say it again. So we are in the process of applying for a SAFER grant this summer. I can't remember when the due date is, if it's June or July, but this month, June. Okay, so we've got our SAFER grant proposals moving along. That includes 9 firefighters, so that would be 3 additional. And we have in FY27 and in our projections FY28, we've held the match for that should we get the SAFER grant. So I just want to reiterate, again, the city is committed to this in a very, very, very constrained budget year. We prioritized it. We're going after the SAFER grant. So language in a contract is one thing. I do believe, again, with 15, with 13, applying for the SAFER grant, holding the match in our budget, I just want to demonstrate, we are committed to this and we are actively pursuing it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
cool.
All right.
All right.
Bathroom break.
Oh,
That sounds
Ryan has to wash his hands.
great.
Start.
I mean,
Should
wouldn't,
we-
but since you're doing that, I guess.
Do you want like
Moment to
Third-
focus.
yeah, like 30 minutes? Is that
Sure, let's do it. Yeah.
okay? So back at 10:45?
Yep,
All right.
perfect.
I'm learning from yesterday. Don't go too.
Reopen it.
Still on track for a goal of trying to get everything
Yeah.
before lunch.
Oh, great.
Good.
We're going after lunch, so.
Did we drop?
Oh, I just dropped it. Not on track anymore.
Oh, the
We
folder.
were on track for a minute.
Oh, the folder dropping.
Can I drop the folder from our driver?
Which one? Nope, I'll do it. Which one are you gonna start with?
Download 'em.
I'm on it. Just tell me.
Just start with
I'm not.
parental.
Parental. Copy, coming up. Stand by. Stand by to stand by. See, this is a problem. Every time I think I'm doing something well, Cam's like, oh, I'll take care of it. And then he does it way better and way faster.
Yeah, I feel the same.
I just type, you know,
Like, I'm doing so good. I feel so good about myself for about a minute.
It crushes it.
That's it.
just a keyboard warrior.
Right, just about there. Open that and drop. Hope it works the first time. And you're doing the rest, Cam?
Yep.
Got it.
Okay, it should be
I'm refreshing.
parental.
Beef. Got it.
Pretty good?
Mhm.
Okay. So may shock you, but we do have any sort of maternal or parental leave for the fire department. Traditionally, it's been a male-dominated profession, but that's changed, especially with the Ignite boot camp that Casey Hockman's been putting on. We're getting more and more women in the fire service. We also we don't have any leave for any of our members, so I wrote this proposal. It's a little wordy, something like this, we were able to get it across the finish line and probably move some of the language over to like a GO or a policy. But essentially it's saying that any member that has a child, whether it's a mother or father, can access parental leave, and then the mom can access maternity leave. It has 8 consecutive weeks. In fact, I'll just read it. So the eligibility to be a member shall be eligible for parental leave upon the birth of a child or placement of a child for adoption or foster care. A member who gives birth shall receive paid parental leave at the member's composite rate of up to 8 consecutive tours or 48-hour shifts for shift duty members, or 8 consecutive weeks for 40-hour work week members. The paid partner leave would be a member who is not the birth parent to receive paid parental leave at the member's composite rate for up to 2 consecutive tours for shift duty members or 2 consecutive weeks for 40-hour work week members. Such leave must be taken within 12 months of the qualifying event. Following the paid leave period or in lieu of paid leave where applicable, members may utilize accrued sick leave, vacation leave, compository time, or Kelly days to remain at a paid status. And then just a notice requirement that it should be noticed when practical. Not a lot to this other than just like I said, we have nothing at all right now for any of our members. We've got a number of female firefighters that have just had to take essentially their own time off for maternity leave.
All right.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Hmm.
The one thing I could probably get more information for you if you want is I don't know specifically if we're looking at the parental leave, how many of our members have had babies or something the last 3 years to see what that cost would look like. I don't know if that's something you guys have access to. I'm assuming not.
I mean, maybe we could do it on averages or something like
You know,
that.
probably your healthcare trust
Yeah,
might be
there's-
the best because they would know like when dependents were added, which we don't have access to,
Okay.
but that might be your best data
Okay.
source.
You're spot on.
That's a really good one. Yeah.
That was, when we modeled this for the general employees, that was, we actually looked to the trust and asked, like, can you give us a sense of li-
Yeah.
little
average birth
dependents
over
coming
years.
on to our plan?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's great. We talked
Yeah.
about this multiple times and all I could focus on was department stats. And I'm like, I don't even know
Well,
where we
because
get that.
we-
And I'm on the
Yeah,
trust
because
board.
we don't know, yeah, because we don't know, right?
Yeah.
Like, but the trust,
Yeah.
yeah, I bet the trust would
Yes.
be able to give
Yeah,
you
for
some
sure.
good guesses. And if you would be willing to share that with us for modeling purposes, that would be
Yeah.
super helpful. Yeah, thank you.
We will make a note.
Throwing my notes at you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next one up will be bilingual pay. So the intent of this proposal is recognize and compensate members who possess and utilize bilingual language skills that enhance the fire department's ability to serve the Boise community. We have a growing and diverse population, including refugee and limited English proficiency communities, where effective communication during emergency situations is critical. Firefighters are frequently required to obtain information, give instructions, and provide reassurance in high-stress environments where language barriers can directly impact outcomes. Members who are able to communicate in multiple languages provide immediate and measurable benefit to both public safety and operational effectiveness. The city of Boise already maintains a bilingual pay policy recognizing the values of these skills in other departments. Proposal aligns with the fire department with that existing policy by compensating the members who meet established proficiency standards and utilize those skills in the field. Providing bilingual pay supports equitable treatment across departments, encourages skill development, ensures the city continues to meet the needs of the evolving community. I just took this one pretty mirrored from city policy. We have a lot of members who have bilingual proficiencies, especially in the city of Boise. I mean, it can scale, as you guys imagine, all over the place. We got Spanish speaking, Farsi speaking, Swahili speaking, mostly different languages depending on where they're from. And again, this one is very similar. Like, I wasn't sure how to word this one, so it's very wordy. You'd have to be something that would be outlined in a policy or general order. Again, this is a hard one to quantify. I couldn't get you any numbers because I don't.
Yeah.
I'm going to go around and ask every single member.
Yeah, when we introduced this for general employees, it was like, we're not sure, we're gonna take a guess at like how. Question, how do your teams currently navigate this?
It's clunky.
That's good.
So you can try to, like, a lot of guys try to use Google Translate.
Mm.
The Ada County paramedics now is like a phone that they use, and every time I've seen somebody try to use one of these methods, it usually is a disaster. Often we'll just try to find a resource on scene, like somebody there, maybe family that speaks broken English, or we'll try to call a family member and have them interpret. So not ideal.
Children are great
Yeah.
because often they're the quickest to learn a new language. And so sometimes that's our best bet is to try to, again, find
Yeah.
somebody that's nearby. But it's also very difficult you have to play the situation out. Do you want to involve a child in asking specific questions? And
Depending on
sometimes
what
that's
the
difficult,
situation is.
right? And it's, do you know this person? And, there's a difference of, is it a parent? Is it a sibling, or is it not? So yeah, and we can try to call other resources, but most of what we do is fairly time sensitive. So
Yeah.
trying to bring another resource there or wait for another resource is not always a great option. I really had a fun and pretty interesting story of going on a call to an apartment complex that was a heavy refugee population in that complex at Station 9. Was working with Ashley Rosenbaum and Clint Lambrecht. We showed up to a medical call for a Middle Eastern woman. Didn't know what was going on. Definite language barrier. And we defaulted to assuming she was in a face covering pseudo burqa. We defaulted to trying to prompt and get Ashley to go communicate, just knowing some cultural differences there, that sometimes there's more comfort for a woman on woman type interaction. And Clint Lambrecht, who was a special forces military individual who usually comes across as pretty gruff, stepped in and literally had a fluent conversation with this lady, and she immediately hugged him and just totally shifted the entire call. I was in shock because I thought there was no way. I still don't remember to this day. She was Middle Eastern. He was stationed in the Middle East for quite a while. I'm sure we could ask him and figure out exactly what nationality, but very quickly just shifted that. And I was like, man, how cool was that to see? And so that started bringing up some conversation of why wouldn't we want to incentivize and compensate people for being able to provide that level of service?
I do have a question. So you had said just a few minutes ago, so I'm curious how you would manage this. So if you had members that were in a position to, that they're bilingual, whatever that language is, they're out on a call, how do you, even if you have somebody with that resource that speaks a particular language, do you have time to get that particular resource to this particular call if they work at a different station? Or how would you manage that to be able to utilize that skill in a job related setting?
Yeah, I think it'd be a phone call with our engines that we have on
You
the
could
phone.
get them there pretty quickly.
We would maybe just keep them on the phone.
Keep them on the phone.
Yep, I think would be a great option if we
Okay.
if we went down this path. I think part of this would be to associate within our system some form of what is the language that you have the options of speaking, and be able to put that into our system and then have access to that. So we just would know
Okay.
very quickly, hey, these people are a resource for us.
Okay.
And I think a phone call would be the absolute fastest, best bet for us to be able to utilize that resource on multiple calls.
Do you all use the language line?
We don't really have a true language line. We have like basically either just an app on our phone that we might be able to use, or so the county has a phone that's supposed to do some sort of translation, but
Okay.
never seen them work well.
We do have access to the language line, and dispatch uses the language line.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, yeah. We do, but we have put Google Translate on all the department devices, so that is one way that we've also done it. We do have that. We do have access to the PD interpreters as well. Once again, not
Time
necessarily-
sensitivity,
So
yeah.
really, the best
Yeah.
bet is either that Google Translate or the language line, which we do have access to.
Okay.
Like I say, it's just comes down to it's the time sensitive components, right? The
Yep.
crews are making kind of in the field decisions. I do think we also have some of the medical cue cards, I forget what they're called.
Yeah.
That are available to us. It's kind of like point to a body part kind of thing, with injuries and stuff like that, but
Do we have the do you speak cards on the
I think
engines?
that's what I was talking about, yeah.
We used to. None of that sounded familiar.
Yeah.
Just getting lots of ideas for follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're really nice. It's a sign you can hold up, and then it has different languages, and it allows someone to point to their language, so you can quickly assess what language they speak. So anyways, okay.
Yeah,
I have a few follow-up ideas
Yeah.
for outside of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
There's also the new technology, the earphones that translate real
That
time.
translate, yeah.
Now, you can't put them.
I'll take those.
Yeah, and actually I know people who are using them right now. They're quite incredible. But you can't just go put them in somebody's ear,
Yeah, you can, yeah.
right? So you can understand.
Right.
But the ability to make them more comfortable so they can understand you is your
Yeah.
goal.
Yeah.
So I understand the technology might not meet what you're trying to achieve, but there is really incredible technology out there right now.
we may be able to bring, and if we want, I believe it's Ashley is our department contact, the LED. plan,
Oh, great.
like
It
that.
is actually, okay, cool. That's a very powerful example and
Yeah, it
a
was,
compelling story for the community benefit and
yeah,
the.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up is cell phone reimbursement. So the intent of this proposal is to recognize, compensate the routine required use of personal mobile devices by members of the Boise Fire Department in the performance of their duties. The city of Boise already maintains a cellular phone reimbursement policy for employees whose job responsibilities require regular mobile device use, including emergency response, field operations, and access to information systems. We routinely rely on those personal devices for dispatch notifications, mapping and navigation, hydrant location, pre-incident planning, and real-time access to critical information while responding to emergencies. Unlike the office settings, these functions occur in dynamic, time-sensitive environments where immediate access is necessary. So we'll just kind of show you how it's worked out. At least when I got hired back at the county in 2012, like we still use map books or the fire departments, these giant map books. That's how we figured out everywhere we were going. All the dispatch was done on the radio. But fast forward 14 years now, almost everything's done through our personal phone. So we get our dispatches, they still come across the radio, but we get them on our personal phone. We get our mapping done on the personal phone. It's expected, like the firefighter sitting in the back seat, like not only are they helping with the mapping, but they have an app on their phone where they're pulling up where the hydrants are located. They're pulling up again, we have pre-incident plans so they can look at the building itself on a map and then show like, okay, here's where the Knox box keys are, here's where the stairwells are. What else are we using our phones for now?
Translating,
Translating.
at least attempting. I mean, there's been multiple times, but I think your cue card would be awesome to have because that's been a big component of trying to figure out what language you.
Yeah, just, yeah,
translate.
even like what are we working with? Yeah, where,
Yeah.
yeah.
All operations, you had your ERGs and NIAS were at
Yeah.
that level.
Yeah.
Operations. There's
All of our timekeeping or a lot of our timekeeping is done there. And we stay and try to have conversations that you check your email while you're at work. The majority of us are checking email much more often. Especially if you miss a tour where you're actually at a fire station, you're getting shifted all around, things of that nature. Checking emails at a station computer becomes very difficult to be able to try to squeeze that in and manage the time. So a ton of people will always be just checking emails through their own personal cell phones as well.
So in the proposal set, like especially section 2, I kind of want to outline everything that's in there, but I think, some of those things would probably truncate the language to include all emergency operations. And then the reimbursement amount would be $35 per month for voice only use, but again, probably not going to be the case either, but $65 per month for combined voice and data, which is what most of our members are going to be using it for. Right now, I think all of our 40-hour employees, so like our non-shift duties, just have a second phone. I think that's what the city decided was the best route. So an option for that. So we could talk about maybe an option for a second phone, or I don't know, a lot of members are going to do that, but the easier way would be to do some sort of reimbursement for them to use their phones, or maybe some sort of plan they can get on.
I would say, you've chosen to go, so we look at this from a staff standpoint, right? So, as Ryan alluded to, our 40-hour members or battalion chiefs, we provide a department issued phone to them. We were able to actually, with the FirstNet rates and things like that, get slightly better rates than the $65 a month, if you will. So we chose to go that route. The other thing by having a department issued phone is on the FirstNet, then it's a department issued phone on FirstNet, which gives us some
Higher priority. Yeah.
Versus a general member's phone. So
Yeah.
So we have chosen kind of an alternative path. We did look at this. For members that really do need a phone to work every day and day out, day in and day out, and are operating, like our fire prevention captains literally are taking phone calls on that phone throughout the day from inspections, different things like that. So we've chosen to go that route versus the stipends for most of our members.
There was probably some concern too, is if we went some route like this where it was a reimbursement, is there a legal issue involved there? Is there some, does the city have access to the phones in some concept? That might be a question for Todd.
Yeah, it does bring into play public records and
It does.
security and yeah. One thing I will offer, kind of along the vein of Romeo's, just for information purposes, is IT right now is doing a citywide telephony study because we some of us still have a paperweight on our desks known as, well, it's not even a landline anymore because we're on VoIP, but they are in the process right now of actually trying to get their arms around this because it's so bizarre. Like there's a desk phone and a cell phone. Is it city issued? Is it a reimbursed? Is it, but I also have WebEx as a soft phone. So this could evolve pretty quickly. I wish I might have to phone a friend on this. Haha. Pun intended. But I could get an update on that, but I know that IT is really working on this because this is one of the categories where it's like the technology has just leapfrogged and it's like we are operating on probably 4 different things, and does that even make sense anymore? So I will try to get more information on that as we think about how to respond to this.
What are they trying to do with this? What you call it,
Oh yeah, telephony.
telephony?
The college word of the day is telephony. I'm like, what? That's a word.
Like, I guess what's the end state that they're trying to get to?
Yeah, well, trying to assess like I think they're trying to get to standards for different types of workers and trying to figure out what the most appropriate route to go is based on what type of worker you are, right? So if you are a 8 to 5er tied to a desk, like maybe a desk phone is the way to go. But if you are out in the field, right, like should we be doing reimbursements on personal phones? Should it be an issued phone? So that's what they're, I think, trying to get to is both like, what is the total cost of this to the city on these multiple different models we're working in? And then based on the actual job of the employee, like what is the best technology we ought to be equipping them with?
Yeah.
So I'd be kind of interested how these things interplay because there could be some applicable information and or guidance because I think what we've got right now, acknowledging like it's a bit of a mess. Like I get a reimbursement on my personal phone and now everyone I've ever talked to has and I'm like,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
what happens when someday I get to retire or leave is like now all my personal and work stuff is mixed together and it's like, oh, that maybe wasn't my best move. So
Yeah, we'll stick to full disclosure. Like, we
So I
have,
did get your message in Hawaii.
we have an iPhone and an iPad on the edge. So we do have those options. The problem is nobody uses those because I think a lot of it is the comfort with their own phone. They know everything's out on their phone and they're responding in a time sensitive emergency. They don't want to go fumbling through this.
Yeah, a device they're not using. Yeah.
Part of it works is you're making pre-plans, like when you're driving, you get the call and it notifies you. So as you're heading down from wherever you're at, you're pulling it up, trying not to
Actually
trip.
starting to work.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, I got at least, I know which ways to turn out of the station and go. A firefighter could get me from there. Like, I could tell really quick, there's no hydrants around.
Yeah.
Cap, there's gonna be delayed water or like.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to come to it. So if I have to wait till I get to the engine, that's delayed response to the customer.
There's a lot of value in doing that. And it'd be awesome to a lot of the devices for technology that we have on the engines become just antiquated. Nobody uses them. They kind of sit there. They're there, but to their point, the true accessibility and comfort in what you're using and why. And Cam may prefer to use an Apple map to manage his routing. Someone else may prefer a Google map. So that comfort that's there. Very much out of some of my own curiosity, I'd love to get kind of the latest legal perspective on phones as well. I personally have 2 different phones. It's always
Wish I would have done that.
It's always been
Do-over.
a concept and a big conversation point. And I feel like the latest information that I had was in a legal position, they would have access to the information you use for work
Mhm.
and not have total access to your entire cell phone to just go through everything personally. So it would be great just to kind of get the latest and greatest on that to help us walk through this. Because I think the value really would come in if people could use their personal phones and get more comfortable with using their personal phones. And we could just get rid of all of the other iPhones and iPads and devices. I think we simplify and we save quite a bit of money over there. Most likely shifting it to, a per diem type situation for cell phones, but potentially a much better system.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's, there's challenges in all the ways. I think as you alluded, we have tried to provide the devices on the engine, so they're agnostic. Certainly, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I would say the vast majority of the iPads, I think, are fairly well used. But this department's, the apparatus cell phones is sitting in the charge. Yeah.
Walkthroughs when we're documenting too, and that's good for that. Yeah, they say, here's where these are located. Phones are kind of nice deal when you're calling a calling party or you're out seeing, calling VLE or if you need outside dispatch, having the engine phone's great for that. Same thing, so
Yeah.
getting a tied back number.
I think at least from a department standpoint is the concepts of, we've tried to provide apparatus level
Yes.
devices to support the functions that we're requiring our members to do. Our members are just, they want to do a great job.
Yeah.
And they really, it's easier and probably more efficient.
The
for them
comfort and
to
efficiency.
use their personal device, which they're carrying anyway. We're not paying them for that now. But like I say, we are trying to provide it in an alternative manner through the department issued devices. But our members are just, it's technology. It's the world we're in, unfortunately, today.
Do we have a sense, I think, I'm not even sure who said it. I heard someone say that there are certain roles that have like city issued or maybe eligible for reimbursement. Do we have a sense of how many folks we're talking about that this would be new to?
I would say, yeah,
A lot.
all day crew, most of the chiefs, battalion chiefs, which would be shift, do have their own cell phones that they actually generally use. Although that's not even accurate because I do take videos of when I show up on scene, do walkarounds, and I generally am sending them to their personal cell phones
Okay.
for battalion chiefs. So they have
So
them,
like
but I would say,
battalion chief and below probably
Yes.
is who would be newly eligible.
Yeah.
Potentially. Okay.
Well, not minus day crew.
yes, minus day crew.
So it's like, we have 270 folks on the line. 18 day and then 11, so probably 250.
Okay.
Be good. I mean, we do have like some of our members who do specific functions have them. Where they're like Drew, like
Right,
Hotchkiss,
hydrants.
because he's doing hydrants on his days off kind of thing. So he has a department issued cell phone so we can coordinate on his days off. Or logistics captains, or training officers, or
Okay.
fire prevention officers, battalion chiefs. Can't remember if we do our swing up BCs or not, but
Yeah, I think it's
so
generally.
it's 250-ish is probably a that it would be eligible. I would imagine that some of those members probably would choose
Yep.
not to involve the city in their self.
Yeah.
Pursuit.
I would assume we have probably a good 5% of our population that would say, no, I don't want any attachment.
Yeah.
Yep, to my phone at all. So,
Oh, the good old days.
Mhm.
I still try to pick vacation locations. Like, do they have cell service? I don't want to go there. Truly unplug. Any other questions?
right.
Education percent. We're just looking at this is a really easy one, just looking at a tuition reimbursement for members that would like to go back to school to pursue a higher education. Kind of spitball the ideas, whether there should be any higher education or if it should be something geared towards the fire service, which even if you went geared towards the fire service, that can always be that slippery slope, like figuring out, okay, this connects to A, this connects to B, this connects to the fire service somehow, right? So we thought just a flat amount for any sort of higher education credits.
There was a lot of consideration in this of really trying to also shift away from just the basic like strategy and tactics of firefighting. And as we have firefighters that come into the occupation kind of as a base level, helping to encourage them to go get further education, which will also help them to become better officers in the future. Any skills that they can get, which are, basic studying skills, communication skills, a lot of degrees, I think would really benefit a lot of our members. And so I think there's a value here that even though we have specifically strategy and tactics type classes that we can take, that just some basic college would really be beneficial for a lot of people. So again, it was just something to kind of throw out there. This whole section was us looking at what have we not been able to capture, what have we failed to kind of keep up with as the society has changed, as jobs have changed. Just try to look at some of those benefits and go, hey, I think these are applicable. Let's talk about them and see if they come into the contract. Very specifically, the maternity leave and paternity leave has come into conversation quite a couple times, and the responses, well, you guys didn't negotiate it. Oh yeah, that's true. So it does kind of come to a point where we go, oh, we missed out on some of these things. And the reason I think that happens is because so often we're not doing what we did this time, which is communicating effectively ahead of time to kind of work some of these things out. So by the time we get to the table and start negotiating, it takes so much time to work through that early stuff. All of us get frustrated and go, okay, let's talk about wages. And that's what, and we push kind of everything else to the side. And so it really kind of adds a lot of stagnation to benefits as we move through, and even step raise concepts as we move through. So I really think that this speaks to a lot of the way we have gone about this negotiation process. We go, hey, here's some things, let's talk about them. And not that we have zero expectation that all of these things are coming into the contract at the same time, but we wanted to say, what does the city find value in helping to support in some of these things? Let's prioritize them. And then let's talk about, our next negotiation, we bring up some of those things that we feel was a priority that, maybe was not as big a priority for the city, that we then bring back and have discussions over.
Yeah, I think it's a very valuable conversation. And I think that's, once we get through your proposals and our proposals, like that's really where the work begins, right? As the six of us is like, all right, roll up our sleeves. Like, how do we begin to rack and stack and prioritize, and how do these piece together? And yeah. Okay.
Quick question on this one. So in the last negotiations, I brought, I don't say a similar proposal, but a similar proposal. I think it actually was a little bit higher values to replace or modify the education incentive program. So as part of the contract now, depending upon if you have college course credit, if you have an associate's degree, if you have a bachelor's degree, if you have a master's degree, each of those ratcheting up a stipend, if you will. How do you see those two value wise or priority wise? Because what we proposed to do was to incentivize the coursework last time, similar to yours. Actually, what we proposed to do was to pull out of the education incentive and go straight to the city's program. Once again, from a simplicity standpoint, the city already administers it for general employees, basically. So looking at changing some of that compensation structure to incentivize people to go to school, rather than coming in with a bachelor's degree in some other degree. So, so from my standpoint, like I say, we proposed something similar last time, but with a trade-off, with a hair sort, if you will.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Chief. And when we talked about this and it was brought in last time, there was a lot of conversation that rolled right into that. Does that mean that we give up this? And that was the conversation last time, is we have some ability for encouraging good quality people to apply, because that's part of the pay package. If you have an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, you have that secondary education. We find value in that as an organization, and we're going to support you by giving you some additional money to incentivize you to come to our department. We're also looking at the other half, and that was the biggest pushback that we kind of had with that is, well, now we're saying we only value it if you do it while you're here. That you having the education and having the skill set already, that's gone. So we felt like we were going to have a recruitment potential issue where we went, well, wait a minute, now we're not incentivizing good recruitment. So we wanted to figure out, can we do both of these? So still encourage people to show up at the front door with good education, and they're going to be able to maintain a little bit higher salary based on that, which is they already have the skill set to promote, which is good for us, because we know that they're going to have better communication skills, better studying skills, better people skills. And then we also have the ability, if someone comes in, we get a lot of young firefighters that may apply that haven't even had time to go through a secondary education process, that there is still incentive for us to encourage them to go through that process. So we really wanted to go. We see value in both of these. We don't want to get rid of one and devalue someone doing it before they get here. So that was.
So they could stack though. We could pay for them to go to college.
That's a great.
Come back and.
Well, yes, we could initially, if they have an associate's degree, and we would be super open to, we don't want them to, we're not asking for that much of change where they get paid for it here and then they're also getting paid for it here. So if you choose potentially tuition reimbursement, then that's what you're getting is a tuition reimbursement. You're not able to double dip, if you will, and get both of them. That's something we would totally be interested in discussing, because there is a potential of that happening.
So do you feel like this has been impactful at all to your recruitment and retention?
I think it has been impactful for recruitment. I looked at it very personally when I came over here to Boise. I had the luxury of working for another department, being a union president, understanding contracts. So I took Boise's contract and I went through it extensively to understand exactly what compensation would look for someone like myself. I think there's a benefit in, we want recruitment to look like that. We want people that have a heavy skill set, that have a heavy education, that we don't have to teach and retrain all of those things to be able to want to come to our organization. So there's a lot of value there. I know multiple people that we've talked about that have looked at the recruitment of our step raise program that we were discussing earlier that went, oh, okay, I understand that. They're giving value for some of the education, for me being a more experienced firefighter. I think all of those have really helped in recruitment. Base firefighters, young firefighters, there's not a lot of recruitment value there. But that's also why when we do recruitment, we shift and we go after young firefighters. Our Ignite program that was talked about earlier, that was really started as a women-based program to help get more women and encourage more women into the fire service. We have now expanded that program to where we have a young men's and a young women's program as well, to be able to kind of hit that recruitment area of the young people that are out there. So we're trying to manage both sides of that.
Yeah, let me ask it a different way, because I
Sure.
agree with everything you just said. There's absolutely an appeal and a benefit here. I guess my question is, do you think people have not taken a job because we don't have this?
That's
Do you think people leave
Yeah.
because we don't have this?
no, I would say definitely we're not having.
Okay, all right, that was what I was trying to get to, but because I agree with everything you just said in terms
Yeah.
of the benefit.
Yeah.
Over time, highly educated, absolutely, all those things
Yeah.
were true to me as well. I was just curious about our ability to, this being a factor in somebody's decision to come and this being a factor in somebody's decision to stay. That was my
Yeah.
curiosity.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I would bet we probably have very few people that have ever said, I'm leaving because I can't get a tuition
Yeah.
reimbursement.
okay,
But I think in their mind, it's really because I see the extreme value in further education
yeah,
and
yeah, of course.
how people process and decision make and work with other people. I see a huge value in it, but I don't know that everybody sees that same value, especially when they're already here and employed and going, oh, well, I'm going to focus on strategy and tactics and just being a firefighter. That's what I think makes a good firefighter.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, up next is fitness compensation. Had members ask about this. We tried a couple different proposals. I know this is kind of wellness, fitness is pretty near and dear to Chief Hummel. So we were looking at essentially a reimbursement for a physical gym membership outside of, being able to work out in the fire service. It's obviously kind of an expectation that we maintain our fitness. It's written in one of our GOs, our general orders, that we work out at least an hour a day while on duty. And this was trying to help compensate people who wanted to be able to continue working out at home, but maybe didn't have the means of putting a gym in their home. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a gym membership. For some guys, it's hot yoga. For some guys, it's meditation, but some sort of wellness membership that they can take advantage of.
Is this one that you all have ever, bleh, try that again. Have you all discussed this one with the trust?
Nope.
You might want to. So the general employee, our wellness comes through the trust. So that is, we do have a phenomenal, I should let Stacy talk about it, but there's a really great program. And it has, we actually have access to free or highly subsidized gym memberships, and there are all sorts of other things, but it's actually provided by our healthcare trust. So you might,
Yeah, funded by our healthcare trust.
Yeah.
so that's an idea.
Not there.
Calling back to Chief Niemeyer. He was like, what the heck? Like, how is this a law? And I was like, Chief, this is amazing, because if you would just move to the general employee healthcare trust, this too could be an option. He was like, oh. So absolutely support this one as well. Because
How does this coincide? And I could be wrong, so I'm gonna ask one of you to confirm. Does each station have a workout designated
Yes.
area? And do folks have access to that outside of normal working hours?
I mean, I suppose so. I don't know if that's frowned upon because you'd be, I don't like, you know, what I mean, like a
Like I come in on my day off?
trouble. Yeah. Who's responsible for me if I get injured off duty while at the fire department working out? And then also some guys, it's kind of they don't want to disturb the crews that are there. You know, they might have had a really rough night.
So it's not, you wouldn't.
It's not really like a
Okay.
coach thing. Like,
you wouldn't do that.
For the
some
most
guys have
part,
done it.
nobody.
Some guys have done it.
We have, at the training facility, we've got a big bay and nobody is sleeping. Very, occasionally we get somebody that comes through and they're taking a class and they work out in the mornings before a class. We get battalion chiefs that will, kind of roll in there, if they're doing something before or after. And I think that really speaks to not being at a station because there are things going on there. And then also our station gyms are pretty small.
Yeah.
So they're designed for relatively the size of the crew that's there to be able to work
Oh.
out. So
Thank
2 to 3 people, you throw somebody else extra in there, it gets
Pretty
crowded.
tight.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think there's anything prohibiting it, but
Yeah.
it doesn't happen.
Yeah. All right, with that I think was all of the last proposals. Let's now jump into, let's see, Trello here.
You do use it. You said you used it.
And Cam brought Trello to us.
There you
Force
go.
it down our throats.
He really did. What was really funny is
Just put it on a card. You won't lose
he
it.
literally brought it right before our last negotiation. And I fought him on it. Go, no, Cam, I have no capacity to be able to learn a new program prior to negotiations. And I said, I support it. I like it. But it's going to take all of us. He brought it to the entire union. It's going to take all of us a lot of time to do this, and some of us more than others. And Cam kind of just kept lightly pushing. And
I will scrum you. I will make
he,
you. I
during
will
last
do it.
negotiations, made me have Trello up, and he was bringing documents over as I was speaking, and I was going, oh man, he's really good. And this is very helpful.
Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah, he did. I literally,
Certified Scrum Master.
yeah,
I see you.
literally remember that last one. And we used to do a big folder that we called the Bible that had all our proposals, all our resources in it. It was paper. I always had a computer, but I said, Cam, listen, I understand where you're at.
This is my
I've-
comfort zone.
I have done this for a long time and this doesn't let me down. It's always there. It's in print. I can find it quickly. I don't get it lost. I'm like, just trust me. This is where it's at. And by the end of that negotiation, he absolutely changed my mind. And here we are now.
Good for you.
Strong work, Cam,
Project
strong work.
management.
Yeah.
Change
That's really
management
the
at its
thing, a
best, yeah.
certified scrum master. I just had to Google it.
Oh, is it?
What the heck is a certified
tell you what
scrum
my
master? I was like, but no, it's legit.
Be careful, IT is gonna come poach him.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna drop the next one
Where are you dropping it?
in the proposal folder. It's gonna take me just a moment.
You have to shrink font to make it look like it's less than there.
Strategize.
With your own fact finding, didn't you? Right.
Yes,
You want.
I'm almost there. If you beat me,
Copies in there and then cancel each other out.
yeah.
Bang.
Oh, I gotta refresh page.
Make your move, Cam.
Folder, my shared folder. Give me a refresh. Oh, there it goes. Okay, get close.
Believe in you.
6-3. Union proposals. Move, drag, drop. Catch. Got it.
Now we all have to refresh.
Amazon cart wish list.
That would be
Keep
awesome.
your computer away from the screen, Cam.
All I want for Christmas is. Well, it's kind of what this is where we are in the process, right? We're like making our Christmas wish list, and then we're gonna have to go back and be like, well, I want the red fuzzy pajamas, but I'd rather have the Nintendo Switch.
All right, so binding fact finding. For anyone that is unfamiliar with the binding fact finding language, this used to be in our contract. The binding fact finding language I'm going to get into a little bit, but I would like to just kind of go into the intent and then take up some history behind the intent. So this is a restoration of the mediation and binding fact finding clause. The Boise firefighters Local 149 proposes the restoration of mediation and binding fact finding language into the collective labor agreement to promote a structured, transparent, and accountable process for resolving bargaining impasses. The intent of this provision is to ensure that when negotiations reach a point where voluntary agreement cannot be achieved, both parties have access to a clearly defined, fair, and timely resolution mechanism. The inclusion of mediation followed by binding fact-finding establishes a progressive framework that prioritizes collaboration first while preserving a reliable path to resolution if necessary. The structure reinforces the expectation that both the union and the city will engage in meaningful, good faith bargaining throughout the negotiation process. Binding fact-finding, particularly in the format outlined, provides a disciplined and balanced approach to dispute resolution by requiring the selection of one of the parties' final proposals on each issue. The process incentivizes reasonable data-driven positions and discourages extreme or strategic posturing. The model ensures that the outcomes are grounded in objective criteria such as cost of living, financial conditions, market comparisons, and operational needs rather than prolonged disagreement or uncertainty. For the city of Boise, the restoration of this language offers significant operational and financial advantages. It introduces predictability and structure into the bargaining process, allowing for more effective financial planning and long-term budgeting. By establishing clear timelines and procedures, the city can better anticipate and manage potential outcomes, avoiding prolonged negotiations or stalled agreements. The process also minimizes the likelihood of public-facing labor conflict and supports uninterrupted delivery of critical emergency services. From a financial risk management perspective, binding fact-finding provides a clear advantage over unresolved disputes that escalate outside the bargaining process. A single complex labor dispute that progresses into formal legal action, such as an unfair labor practice claim or contract litigation, can result in substantial and often unpredictable costs, including legal fees, staff time, expert analysis, and administrative burden that may extend over months or years. In contrast, the binding fact-finding process is limited in scope, completed with a defined time frame, and shared equally between the parties. By resolving disputes early and definitively, the city can significantly reduce reliance on outside counsel, limit prolonged exposure to legal risk, and preserve internal resources. This proactive approach represents a practical and measurable cost containment strategy. The proposal is also consistent with the framework established under the Idaho law pursuant to Idaho Code 44-1805. Public sector collective bargaining already contemplates fact-finding as a mechanism for resolving impasse. However, the statutory process does not require binding outcomes and therefore may fall short of delivering finality. By incorporating binding fact-finding into the collective bargaining agreement, the parties build upon and strengthen the existing statutory structure, ensuring that the process results in timely and conclusive resolutions rather than non-binding recommendation that may prolong disputes. Importantly, the retained limitations within the language, such as excluding binding decisions on staffing increases, work schedule, and management rights, preserves the city's authority over core operational policies. This ensures that the process remains balanced, protecting management rights while still providing meaningful resolution on negotiable terms and conditions of employment. The union recognizes that the city may view the prior removal of binding fact-finding as a negotiated trade-off in past agreements. However, the economic conditions during the term of the most recent contract, particularly the rapid and sustained inflationary environment, demonstrated the limitations of that exchange. The compensation adjustments associated with the prior agreement did not fully keep pace with the market pressures, cost of living increases, or regional comparables, and the absence of a binding resolution mechanism limited the parties' ability to effectively respond to those conditions in real time. Restoring binding fact-finding is not an attempt to revisit past agreements, but rather a recognition that the current and future bargaining environment requires a more reliable and adaptive framework to ensure fair, sustainable outcomes for both parties. Ultimately, the restoration of mediation binding fact-finding reflects a shared commitment to stability, fiscal responsibility, and professional labor relations. It strengthens the integrity of the bargaining process, reduces uncertainty and financial risk, and ensures that both parties remain focused on achieving fair, sustainable agreements that support the long-term success of the Boise Fire Department and the community it serves. Language changes are restoring exactly what used to be in the contract. So no new language to the mediation and binding fact-finding. We had talked about the federal mediation and conciliation service potentially being delayed, not being available, going away. That language is still in here, but there is a clause that says, or another mutually agreeable agency. So it gives us some flexibility in that consideration that we were discussing earlier. So you're more than welcome to kind of roll through it, and I'd like to give a little bit of history kind of behind our thought processes with the binding fact-finding resolution. So our binding fact-finding resolution, we really feel the value in this process, and we feel the value of having some form of resolution being in the contract, keeping all of us at the table moving forward towards progress. Because again, the statement that I made earlier was, I don't think any of us want to put the hands of what happens in this negotiation in someone else's control that doesn't understand the intricacies of proposals and why we're asking for them. Based on having that at the end, a potential binding resolution, that just means that it's going to force us to really come together all the way. And if we ever get there, then we get to a point that we have a neutral third party that is able to help take some of the process and some of the what I'd call attachment to certain proposals or to a process out of the equation and help us get to a reasonable spot that makes sense for everybody. The state statute does still exist. The state statute is there and does technically force us into that process. The state statute falls just short of what we're asking for, which is for that decision to be binding. The biggest reason that we really want that decision to be binding is because it's a long process. It's a lot of work to go through a binding fact-finding. It's a lot of work for all of us. That work equates to expense. It doesn't make sense for anybody to go through a process that is designed by the state to say, if you come to impasse, here is a reasonable process that we know works, for us to put in all that time and then go, yeah, and then we're not going to do what you say. And so really, we want to have that. And I always talk about binding fact finding is this is not a union benefit. If you want to look at it from either perspective, it's a double-edged sword. If we are the ones being unreasonable to table, we go to binding fact finding, and the reasonable party is who's ruling on what happens, what economic factors make sense, and what is reasonable. It can be as much of a risk for us to go to binding fact finding as it is for the city to go to binding fact finding. One of the biggest considerations that I've heard for an objection from the city has been really based on it's difficult for us to put the city's fiscal responsibility on somebody else and allow them to make that decision-making factor. The reality is, from my perspective, is it's a big, scary boogeyman that doesn't exist, because the reality is when we go to binding fact finding, we have come together as close as we're going to get. And we're usually talking about at most a difference of a couple percent that someone else is going to make a decision for. That impact doesn't have the fiscal impact that kind of gets presented as this big, scary monster that's out there if the city were to go to the binding fact finding process and that decision be binding on the city. So those are kind of our big reasons why we really want to see this come back into the contract. We understand that we bargained at the last contract. We understand that there's potentially feelings from the city that the city bargained this away and gave them some financial benefit, if you will, for this. Again, kind of through the intent and presentation of this, our position is we were working from a financial position before this even came up, where our wages were presented as very similar to what our wages ended up being at the end of that presentation or the end of that negotiation anyways. So we don't see it in the same light. Not to take anything away from the city that they didn't see it differently, but that's kind of our position on binding fact finding. Thirdly, we kind of get to this position that our goal is to make sure that we are bringing things to the table that are, in essence, a non-cost to the city as well, so that we have the ability to bargain a lot of our proposals and issues together, some that do have a monetary attachment to them and some of it that don't have a monetary attachment. So that is part of us bringing this back as well. So we want to make sure that it's communicated to everybody, and hopefully you're able to communicate it to your team as well, that it's not, hey, we're just coming back and throwing it back at you. We really see value in it. We see value for both sides in it being there for a resolution process. And even as we spoke to earlier, when we were going through our ground rules, we all wanted a resolution process. We all wanted to look at mediation and how do we come to the end of a process if we can't quite come to an agreement. And that's having other people and other resources come in to help us through that process. But the reality is, for I think all of us, is we need at some point there to be a final decision maker there to help us through the end of that process.
And what is your take on, without binding fact finding now in the contract, like what is your take on the process?
Yes. So the process would be almost identical. We would go through the exact same process by state statute of going through the fact finding process, which again has quite an expense involved for both sides in going through that process. We most likely would both have attorneys in the room or multiple attorneys in the room. We would have financial experts in the room trying to help us get to a position. So we would go through that exact same process. Then a decision would be made. And then that decision really comes back. And then at that point, the city could say, we don't care what decision was made. This is where we're going to be. At that point, we then would go through a process of a court system. which then would put all of us in an additional large financial burden. My opinion of wasting money through another process when we just went through a process with a reasonable person, following a mediation process that has another reasonable person, went through a final process that has somebody that's going to be there to make a decision for us, and then went, okay, we also don't care about that. Now we're going to go through a third process. And so we just feel that the value is not there to go through all of that work without having some finality at the end of it. And the risk, we want that risk to kind of be there, as far as we don't want to go there. We don't ever want somebody else to make the decision for us. We want to make decisions that we think is in the best interest of our members in the community. And you're making the best decisions you can for the community and everybody else in the city. We want to be the ones to make that decision, and having that out there really forces us to make sure that we make the decisions and we go, okay, we're close. We just need to continue to make this happen, or this is the result that we're going to have that forces somebody else making the decision. So a little reality of having binding fact finding in our contract. We have never once gone to binding fact finding when it was in the contract. So binding fact finding has not been used to be able to move forward in anything. There's a conversation. The last time that we went to court was over the ARF decision. That went to court. That did not go straight through a binding fact finding process, because binding fact finding process is a process for impasse of a contract. We have never formally had to use it. And the reason I think that we haven't had to use it is because it has been there as, if we don't get this done, that's the result, is we put the decision in somebody else's hands. So it's always managed to help us get through that process.
So are you saying the city has never gone to binding fact finding? I thought
we did.
We did in 2014.
Is it 2014 ARF? I don't know.
I thought we did in 2014.
I thought
I'm
so
I'm the
too.
least, I am the least expert in this room on history.
Romeo was here.
I think we did.
Okay. I'll look it up. Do you know what it was over?
There was a number of issues.
There was a
I
base wage
Yeah.
component to it. Yeah.
and it was fact finding. It wasn't part of the mediation process. I heard the closest we ever got was through a mediation process, and we never went through an actual binding fact finding.
Maybe it was a mediation, but Ricky was on it.
Yeah.
I read it as fact finding, but
Yeah, that was my.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I just thought that was binding fact finding. And there was a compensation component to it.
Yeah.
There was a number of issues, but I know back then they chose the union's proposal for wages. So I guess it could have been mediation, but I seem to remember normally that wouldn't be an outcome. Like they would pick a mediation. They wouldn't have picked a wage, right? They may have tried to mediate between. Anyway,
They generally no.
I think
generally
2014 there
Yeah.
was.
I'm happy.
Fact finding.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into it more. We've had this conversation a lot in the past, and that was the information that I had, is that we have never formally gone through the actual binding fact finding process.
And we can clarify as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious if maybe it was a fact finding process, but
Without binding.
without it being binding.
Possible.
And that's happened. I've gone through a fact finding process in other municipalities, and it's really hard to go through a fact finding process and then refute a result that comes out of that.
Yeah, which I think then I'm like, so then do we need it? Do we not need it? Like that, we've had those, I've had so many questions about this, because I'm like, okay, so if we had it, but we've only used it once, or like if we have never used it, so that I keep coming back to like, is this also an insurance policy we don't need? I just, and I guess you never know until you're in the room. And
again, I really think the value of this comes from just holding our feet to the fire of we don't want to go through this process. We would prefer to make sure that we negotiate everything together at the table. So
I
think
mean,
it-
much like our 30, 45 day, right? Like, it's
Right.
like, we really want to get this done. We're
Right.
committed to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful.
And I will,
Helpful to understand how, I'm
sorry.
sorry, how you all are thinking about it.
yeah, and I will continue I'll look a little further into that. He said it was 2014. You think it was, Chief?
I read it as 2014. Yeah.
I mean, don't tolerate, solve it.
Yeah.
Or we'll act.
Yeah, because that was my very first question. I was like, okay, I understand last time it was negotiated out. I think they're gonna bring your proposal. So I've been trying to figure out, like, just in my logic brain, it's like, okay, where have we been? Okay,
All right.
got it.
Let's go to
Get some homework on them.
Trello.
Thought you guys were gonna be done by lunch.
We're really close. We literally have one, and it's an introduction. Well, we started at 8:30, so lunch is 12:30. An introduction to kind of a new concept for us, which I think it'll be a presentation and a lot of thought process and discussion.
Yeah. Throw on that one. Okay. Refreshing, this one is the CPI-based cost of living adjustment. So this one came up when we are looking at comparables in other markets and what did other people do? And some of neighboring departments like Tacoma, that we look at, the Bellevues, the Spokane, one thing that they do in their contract is they put in a cost of living adjustment to have for it. And so we started thinking like, interesting, what a concept that you have in there. So when we usually traditionally come to the table and we're building the ability to pay cases and trying to understand a wage justification, one of the things that we're looking at is CPI, and we should. As trying to establish where does that total wage package come from. So CPI is something that's, well, it's pre-established, it's already done, we're not making it, we're getting something off of a widely available data subset. And so instead of us each time building into the wage package is saying, well, CPI is included in this, what does it look like if we were to take that portion out to say the CPI to keep up with the cost of goods in your grocery cart? Well, if we just put that into the contract and have it say, hey, this year, the CPI is based on last year's average. Next year, the CPI will be based on that last year's average. So it's rolling current year, like a 2026 CPI would be based on the average of 2025's CPI for that year. And you keep kicking that forward to say you have an automatic cost of living adjustment. So when we come to the table or we have to do this, that factor, we don't have to discuss something that's already available and out there. We could be able to put in the CPI and say, hey, it's calculated into contract. This is new for us. This isn't something we've presented before or discussed. It's from our educational learning and what do other departments do? And some departments that have some good relationships with their cities as well. They've talked about this, say, hey, how is that? That's a novel idea to us. We haven't done that. And so it makes it quite nice. We don't even have to talk about this. We could talk about other pertinence and the negotiation outside of just the wages and have a discussion on CPI. Is the CPI right or not? So that's where this one came out. Looking at indexes, and there's the different types. If we look at the two big of the CPIU and the CPIW, I think that we fit more into that CPIW, just being the wage earners working over that 37 hours a week, over 50% of that income being associated to the wage. And it's looking at the Washington, they also use a CPIW as well that came to the same conclusions. That's the most appropriate index for a wage earner, measuring the grocery card. Social Security, they do COLA adjustments and they'll base that off of the CPIW as well. So that's kind of the background of it. Anything more to add to?
No, I mean, it's a pretty big shift, if you will, to our negotiation process. And that's why we just wanted to throw it out and really start talking about it. I think it's really great for everybody to understand and for us to be able to communicate effectively, whether we're saying, okay, here is what we're asking for, which is technically a cost of living increase. We're saying we're just trying to maintain status quo here. We're not technically asking for a raise or additional compensation for what we're doing. We're trying to just maintain buying power and keep up with the inflation for consumer, the CPI. Then we would have an ability to have a different conversation about why we think that compensation should be increased. And so we would kind of separate those two. And I think there's some value in it of saying, well, here's us just asking to maintain parity with buying power. And here's us saying, we think the call volume has gone up. We're being asked to do more work. We're being asked to do more dangerous work. We're being asked more of us for these reasons. We think that is an equivalent to asking for a 1% raise. We would then be in the contract saying we're asking for a 1% raise on top of our base CPI COLA. So it kind of shifts the conversation just a little bit. I think it focuses our asks and makes them a little more relevant to whether we're asking for an actual raise to our compensation or we're asking just to maintain parity with our buying power of where we have been with an organization. So there is within that and within the proposal, there's kind of this weird dynamic that really puts a lot of unknowns for both sides. We're going to have it on our side with members going, well, how do I know what my raise is that I'm going to get until the next year? Well, you don't, but your raise is going to be relative to CPI, and that's the raise that's going to keep parity. You got your raise based on the 1% that we asked for because we had forced you to do more swing up and asked you to do more on a specialty team and asked you to do more over here. That was the raise that you got over here. The rest of it is going to be parity with whatever consumer index is. For the city, there is also an unknown there, right? Which is how are we supposed to budget potentially when we don't know what a CPI may be? Again, we're trying to say, well, it should be relative to where we're at, which is relative to compensation of what we think is reasonable and fair. What we did that we felt made a lot of sense is we put a floor and ceiling in the proposal as well. So that ceiling really is there to protect the city from any kind of extreme inflation that may come up. The floor is there to protect the members in case of a low inflation. They know that they're going to get some compensation raise to be able to help maintain that, especially because we're tracking a year behind. And then the goal kind of behind it, I think also makes the discussion more relevant for next negotiation, which would be if the city goes through and feels we gave you 2% here. Actual inflation was 0.5%. We gave you 2% here because that was the floor. Actual inflation was 1.9%. The city then has a stronger argument to come back and say in that next contract, we want to make the adjustment this year to try to kind of gain parity where we think you should be. And then on the flip side, if firefighters were at a 5% and inflation came out at 10%, we're capped at 5%. That would be the ceiling. We would have the same ability in that next contract to focus the argument more so on just how to maintain parity with where we were with the economy and CPI. Nothing guaranteeing that that happens, nothing guaranteeing that we get to make parity. And, you know, maybe we're in an economy that the economy just is continually going down. I think that's a hard argument to make, that we're going to try to maintain some parity, even though we know the economy is continuing to move in a downward slope. So it's the concept behind it really is we're trying to take an average. We're trying to maintain more of a consistent pattern of where we think things are, rather than, you know, our past has kind of done some of this where we have had some lower times that we've had contract raises, then we've come back and gone, we've missed out a lot. So now we're hitting the upslope of it. We're trying to ask for a lot. But the reality is we're not asking for a lot right here. We're asking for just what was left from a buying power standpoint over here. And we think that the CPI will help to level that out more.
It has been wild times, friends.
It's been all over the board. Yes.
It has
Yeah.
been
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier.
bonkers couple of years
Yeah,
here. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the COVID times really had an effect to CPI.
Yeah.
We have some other things that have been out there as an effect to CPI. But again, we have then just had to come in during different contract years and tried to make bigger adjustments to it, where we think if we followed a CPI, I mean, we've had for both the city and the union, we've had 9% increases in a specific year. We've had 2% increases in a specific year. We are trying to just find this lessening of the roller coaster, and we think CPI and tracking CPI is a good way to do that. And again, if we mess up, and it's not on us if we mess up, but if CPI tracks higher, inflation tracks higher, you do a 4-year contract, you have the ability to come back and have a conversation at the table and go, where is the city financially? Do we have the ability to make some of that up this year? That's kind of the concept that we're going after. Big shift to what we've done. We're presenting it. We are by no means attached to it to where, you know, we're pushing for this hard. We just really wanted to broach it, bring it out, have the city look at it and go, does this make sense for us as well? Would it be nice for us to have a little more consistency and kind of where we are wage wise across the city? We think that there's some potential there to do that.
Question on your methodology. How are you thinking about the kind of the time frame and the 1-year look back? How did you land on that?
Yeah, right now we're looking at saying, hey, do you do, say, a month to month under a span? You pick, say, June to June and roll that, or you just go, well, if we come up here and CPI data lags, so by the time we get to the table, we won't have a full year necessarily. So what if we just say, hey, that last year, whatever. So if it's 2026, we look at all of 2025 and run through that year as the average.
Yeah.
Nothing set in stone, just thought it made
Yeah,
sense.
our goal was to try to keep CPI as close to the current time frame as possible, knowing that it takes time for CPI to gather, for the indexes to gather all the information, then to post all the information. And so what we were trying to go is we wouldn't want to go all the way up to a contract year because we have no time to collect data. So we just went, really, we think the most reasonable is a kind of 1-year lag based on it taking almost 6 months for CPI in a new year to gather all of the data to be able to put it into some form of database for us to use. And if we go too far backwards, then we really start to skew what the actual reality of buying power is versus what it was 2 years ago, right? And we don't want to skew it that far because if inflation has gone up by 10% and we're still playing back here at a 2% inflation rate, that puts the squeeze on either the city or the members, depending on which way it falls. So the closer we can get it to the most current and the most realistic kind of buying power or cost of goods at the time is what we were shooting for.
I know, Stacey, we've had a ton of discussions about this in terms of both our budgetary forecasting, which we'll talk more about after lunch, but also kind of how do we pick numbers for general fund? Do you have any other questions or?
No, not right now. I'm processing. I'm processing this. This is certainly a different methodology. No, understanding the cost of living and cost of labor are completely different things. And so using this methodology is something I haven't necessarily seen before. So yeah, no
Okay.
questions right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Who else is using it? You said there's some other agencies.
I think it was Tacoma, was Bellevue. Yeah.
Washington departments have incorporated in their contracts.
And then do you know, like, I'm assuming you guys have gone back and looked over the last 10 years or something like that to see, I don't want to say winners and losers, but what the difference is from what and obviously I understand it's two parts is what you're proposing from a rate,
Yes,
from a
yes.
rate structure. Right?
Yes.
But if you just look at what we awarded in the last 10 years.
Yes.
Versus what CPIW would have, were we close? Were we way far off?
We were pretty darn close. If we went back 10 years, we are pretty close to kind of even with the spikes and the valleys that we've had. But one of the kind of interesting concepts there is we have had those bigger spikes. So even with an overall parity within a couple percent over an entire 10-year span of time, but we can pull out chunks of time because we're working off of us doing this and CPI doing this, or more relatively doing this, that if we pulled it these 2 years, the union came out 5% ahead. If we pulled it these 2 years, the city came out 5% ahead. So the reality is over a 10-year, we are very close to exactly what CPI would have been. And our proposal also had a built-in floor and ceiling into that, which I think doesn't affect it a ton, but I think it does add insurance, because I think insurance is really important.
We talk a lot about liability and insurance in this conversation.
So it does, kind of put some parameters there too, which I think is helpful because it allows a little bit more planning, right? So if we see huge spikes either way, we are caught by the floor and the ceiling, and then we're able to have a larger discussion at a next contract on what we do about the discrepancy. And with that, I'd like to say that is our last
Lunch?
official proposal. We still have our wage proposal.
Yeah.
Our wage proposal, basically what we want to communicate is we would really like to see some of the financial data come back from the city on costing. What we don't want to do is come across and just go, here's where we think wages are. And with everything else, this is our package, right? So we would like to get some costing worked out so that we can present what we feel is a reasonable wage package, if you will, or wage percentage that would apply with some of the proposals that we have out there.
Okay.
So, yeah, with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I would say, and feel free to jump in, Christine. As we present our proposals, it's in that same vein, right?
Yeah.
Is that we're presenting everything out there, but it's the same kind of concept at the end of the day. We have to build a whole package. So as we
Where's the
present those
priorities?
proposals,
Yeah.
there could be things that we don't want to TA things and go, oh, let's get this one
Right.
done.
Right.
Until we have everything on the
Yep.
table and we can really move the puzzle
Yeah.
pieces around to create an entire picture.
Yep.
Rather than just doing the small corner with the win, right? So
This is
think
where we
we're-
earn our keep team.
Yeah.
All 6 of us.
is that fair, Christine?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this, to me, it has to come back together as a package, right? Like we can't be agreeing to this and then getting to wages and being like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, like we're done. There's nothing left in the kitty, right?
Right.
So to me, this is the work of the 6 of us as a team. Like that is what we're working on, is then, okay, all sorts of proposals out here. What is actually most important to us? Where do we think the most benefit is? Where's the most value for the community, for our members, our cities financially, right? So yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, because I think also have proposals that are like, hey,
Costs, sure.
these have costs
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah,
Like
right.
we gotta pay for these. If we
Yeah.
want them, we have to offset that somehow. So.
I'm gonna ask TA the first one.
Putting my signing.
Strategically
putting my
lead with.
Signing pen away.
I was gonna say just lead with the highest value proposal.
So we prioritized ours.
People.
Yeah.
You know, you're.
But it can't.
We would love to kick off because in the interest of transparency and starting to share information that you may or may not have, we would love to start out after lunch with catching you all up on our budget build process, where we are. Council has heard this kind of ad nauseum, but I think it would be good to level set so that we're all working with some of the base information. I don't think that will take too long, but we do anticipate. I think we're bringing both Justin and Sheena, so we'll have a finance person, we'll have an HR person. Certainly, like that will be a lot of discussion and Q&A, I'm sure. And if there's anything we flag in that presentation that you're like, would like to more deeply understand that, very happy to. But then I think we should, after that, be able to launch into our proposals and we'll see how far we make it. You all set a very high bar and a very good intent. Here's the proposal, so we're gonna follow your lead. We should make some good progress this afternoon.
All right, I'm excited.
Meet at a certain time for.
Oh, yeah.
If we could do a 1:40 start,
Okay,
take about an hour and a half, is
Yep.
that,
That's fine.
okay,
that works with us.
great. 1:40, all right,
Waiting on us.
great,
No, 140 is great.
awesome.
Thank you.
All right, after lunch. So thank you very much. We did trade, just for the record and those watching at home, we did trade an email over the lunch hour. There was an outstanding question before the break about whether or not we had utilized binding fact finding in the past. No one around the table was confident in their answer, but we did do some homework over the break, and just wanted to acknowledge that we turned up a document on that from 2014 that we shared with the union
Yes,
team.
thank you.
We got there.
Yes.
The collective
We-
power
we
of
all-
Googling.
Yeah.
We found it. Great. Well, thank you, Fire Union Partners. You have done most of the work thus far. You have gotten all of your proposals on the table with clear intent, lots of explanation, and we are now in the hot seat. So we would love to begin. You all just met Justin Erickson and Carissa Lane, who are joining us from Finance and Human Resources, respectively. We would love to open before we launch into our proposals. I thought it would be a good practice for us to catch you all up. We are in the middle of a budget build cycle, and so a lot of this material has just recently been shared with Mayor and Council in preparation for the FY27 budget. And I think a lot of our proposals and a lot of what we'll be talking about are anchored in that. So we've invited Justin and Carissa to provide some information, both from kind of an overall citywide budgetary context, but then I think we also have some information we'd like to share on employee stats. So unless Romeo or Stacy have any other tee-up comments, I think we can hand it over to our colleagues, Justin and Carissa. And Tammy, who will help us work the slides. The hard part.
Look at that.
Zoom thing, okay.
Oh, good for me. Bring my notebook. Yeah, please borrow a piece of paper. Got my phone and my computer. I'm halfway there. You.
Thank you so much for the introductions.
From the Hilton.
No.
Yeah. All right, so jumping in, just as an introduction, wanted to share this visualization of our shared interests. The city values fire employees and the union partnership. As we work together to help identify shared interests, address operational needs, and maintain a strong employment package, we've prepared some educational and background information to help support informed discussions. To understand where we're going, it helps to know where we're coming from. In this presentation, we'll provide a frame of reference for what the current collective labor agreement looks like for total rewards today, looking at compensation, benefits, and workforce indicators. And then Justin will provide an overview of the City of Boise financial picture. Among other things, part of what the CLA does is to define the fire employee's total rewards package. Total rewards represents the entire value proposition that employee receives from an employer. And while base wage and those wage schedules, I think, are what people usually think about when they think about rewards, that's only a small portion of that. Benefits, career growth opportunities, retirement, leave value, all of those pieces come together to create meaningful value for employees. The current total rewards package provides value to support fire employees, to support public service delivery, and also support responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Cash compensation for firefighter staff goes beyond the base wage alone. Fire employees of the city have access to other pay components such as longevity pay, certification, education, career development, and special teams incentives. And these are geared to recognize staff for experience, their specialized skills, and as anyone who has had a firefighter help in an emergency knows, fire service requires 24/7 readiness. Other pay components such as acting pay, overtime, callback, or other premium pays help the city maintain staffing, respond to emergencies, cover absences, and support specialized operational needs. These pay elements are not just employee compensation tools, they're also service delivery tools that help protect the community. Many of these pay components interact, so they're not necessarily just separate add-ons to the base. Some of these pay components string together to create the standard rate, looking at base and longevity. And then when you add in certification, education, and some of those other incentives, that creates the composite rate. These rates are then used to calculate overtime and have impact on pensionable earnings and certain leave payouts. This means that if there's a change to one of those elements within the standard or composite rate, it can have broader financial impacts to an employee's total rewards package. This slide is just another way to kind of show what we were just talking about. It shows how those different pay components might stack up over the course of a year and what typical earnings might look like by position. So for example, you look at senior firefighter base rate in green there is at about 100K. But when you add in those other elements, total cash compensation looks closer to 130K. This represents the employee's take-home pay, so it's not representing the city's fully loaded cost, which would include value of benefits and retirement as well. I do want to point out that other fire agencies also may use similar reoccurring compensation elements that's demonstrated here, although exactly what those incentives are and how they're set up can vary between agencies. And this can be because of unique operational needs, service delivery models, different staffing approaches, compensation philosophies, and pay system design differences. So speaking of Other fire agencies. Our HR department recently reviewed Boise Fire's compensation structure compared to selected fire agencies both locally and across the West. So we looked at Meridian, Nampa, Tacoma, Salt Lake City, and Reno. This helped us gain some context for how fire compensation structures work elsewhere and a reference point for where we fall in comparison. We evaluated base wages as well as broader earning potential, looking at some of those other reoccurring cost components we just talked about, such as longevity pay, specialty assignment pay, career development pay, paramedic pay, etc. What we found in this preliminary review is that base wages remain generally competitive across fire positions within the comparator group. To start with some context, the city targets the 50th percentile when it comes to market positioning. Minimum base wages for senior firefighters, captains, and battalion chiefs ranged from the 67th to the 80th percentile. Firefighters did come in at the 40th percentile at the entry level, though they do receive a 13% pay increase within a year. When we consider the earning potential with additional compensation components, we also see favorable market positioning with percentiles ranking above the 50th. Beyond cash compensation, there are several important benefits that contribute to current fire total rewards. So I'll briefly talk about a few of those here. Unfortunately, sometimes health problems happen. Healthcare and other ancillary benefits are crucial to support health and well-being of employees and their families. Based on recent benchmarking, these benefits provide phenomenal value. In 2025, Milliman Actuarial and Benefits Consulting Firm performed independent benchmarking of benefits provided to fire employees through the Boise Fire and Healthcare and Police Healthcare Trust. This study showed that benefits rank highly compared to national police and fire benchmarks and peer cities. Notably, I want to point out medical and prescription drugs ranked in the 97th percentile, and dental and vision and voluntary and ancillary benefits ranked above the 80th. Retirement security is central to fire total rewards package. This is one of the most valuable components of total compensation. It helps to support retention, reward long-term service, and help employees transition with financial stability after service-oriented public safety careers. Leave benefits are another important part of the full CLA value. It's hard to put value on time spent away from work with family or on personal interests. Employees may also need time off to support well-being and recovery in a demanding profession. And if leave is not used, certain sell downs and separation pay provide additional financial value to employees under the CLA. Beyond benchmarking, how do we know what the value of our total rewards package is for us? Well, there's a few workforce indicators or metrics that help provide some context for us there. First one we'll look at is recruitment. When we look at applicant interest for entry-level firefighter academy, we see a strong applicant pipeline. The number of firefighter applications received is significantly above what we see for other citywide postings. Between 2021 and 2025, applications increased by 33%. This is a really positive indicator of continued interest in Boise fire positions and Boise fire careers. Retention data is another factor that suggests a stable and career-oriented workforce. When we look at union fire positions over the last 3 years, the average turnover rate is 5.2%, which is below the broader estimated government sector turnover range of roughly 8 to 18% annually. As you can see in orange, the majority of separations are due to retirement, showing that employees are in it for the long haul. This is a great sign suggesting employees see value in the overall experience their career at the city provides. To summarize, while there's always room for improvement, the current CLA experience lays a strong foundation for us to build upon. Understanding what total rewards looks like today can help us as we evaluate CLA enhancements and operational improvements and how we balance options considering what employees value, impact to the employee and community experience, and total cost and long-term sustainability. Turn it over to Justin.
And team, I should have said this at the outset. We'll drop this in our shared folder.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I was watching it. I was like, I don't want to cut her off, but also you don't have to memorize this. We'll drop this slide deck and then the team has prepared a memo. So you'll have the slides and then all the words with it. So we'll drop that in our shared slide deck. Sorry, I should have led with that as you were frantically note taking.
Keeps that.
Yeah. Did she say Napa?
I got them all.
Homa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Krista, for that. On the HR side, we'll turn out a budget and kind of where we're sitting as we enter fiscal 2027 and create that budget package. And I think it's important to think about budget because this process right now plays into that really well. And as we were developing the 2027 proposed budget, the theme of that budget was really run the business. That means that our primary focus was maintaining core service levels, addressing unavoidable cost increases, and preserving some future financial flexibility for the organization. It is a budget built around sustaining service levels while positioning for thoughtful investments in the future. And as we think about maintaining the run the business, while we were developing the budget, we were also cognizant that there are other important priorities that extend beyond just run the business, right? You can think about public safety facilities or staffing. You can think about libraries, parks, and pathways. All of these investments we consider. But the challenge is that most of those investments require new funding sources because they don't fit within the confines of our budget and our budget forecast as is. And we'll talk a little bit about why that is in a moment. And so because we're more challenged in the general fund, we're currently exploring more funding opportunities. So you can think about a public safety bond and levy, exploring certain grants like the SAFER grant, certain philanthropy, as well as impact fee studies for fiscal 28. And as we're thinking through this really means that the forecast itself can't support every single thing that we want to do within the city. So one of the more important realities to think about within budgeting for the general fund is that nearly all of the general fund resources are committed before the annual budget process even begins, right? So we pay for all of us in the room. We have existing service level standards. We have to think about contractual obligations, inflationary pressures, employee related costs. A lot of those costs consume the majority of the flexibility. And as a result, roughly only 1% of the general fund is flexible in any particular year for discretionary purposes. And that means that the new investments that we're thinking about have to fit within a pretty small bucket. And so let's talk about why that's the case. So one of the reasons why the city's flexibility is limited is that we have relatively little control over the growth rates of our largest revenue sources, right? So property tax is our largest revenue source in the general fund, and it accounts for roughly 2/3 of the general fund revenue. And while it is a stable revenue source, its growth is constrained by state law. And as a result, we're generally able to grow our property taxes about 3% annually, plus new construction. But on the new construction side, recent legislation on the state side has further limited the amount of new value from those construction that can be added to the tax roll. So it provides further constraint. So while we have some control over that, taking up to 3%, it's constrained. Let's think about one more revenue source on the slide, and that's sales tax. It's our second largest revenue source in the general fund. However, like property tax, we don't control the distribution on that revenue source. It's controlled by the state. And so oftentimes they in recent years have limited the amount that growth rate has. So in recent years, we're capped around 1%. So as you can kind of see in the general fund, we're capped in our revenue sources. And so Together, those make up roughly about 3/4 of general fund revenue. The important takeaway being that the city's primary revenue sources grow at a relatively constrained rate, regardless of any cost pressures that we might be experiencing. And so let's talk about cost on the other side of this. Our largest expenditures are often influenced by market conditions and inflation. So personnel costs, healthcare insurance continues to rise in cost, software, maintaining the assets within the fleet of service that has added cost burden. And oftentimes those costs do increase faster than the growth rate on our largest revenue sources. And so this dynamic really creates a financial environment where revenue growth is constrained, while expenditure growth can be more difficult to control. And so this is why it's really important as we're thinking about the general fund and prioritization, that we're thinking about long-term structural balance between our revenue sources and our expense growth. So we talked a little bit about general fund revenue already. But I think oftentimes when people think about general fund and revenue, they might think that every piece of the general fund is available for operations or to support base wage growth for everybody. But when you think about our revenue sources, only about 75% of our general fund revenue is available for city operations. So that's the property tax, sales tax, and to much smaller degrees, liquor tax and franchise fees. And then the other 25%, you would have things like departmental revenue. Good example of that would be a play camp fee for Parks and Recreation, right? That's going to serve that purpose. It's not then used for broader base wage growth. It's to support that specific organization. Development fees is another great example. That's within planning and development services. You might hear me say PDS in the future from here, but PDS, those development fees are to help support development. So think things like plan review fees, things of that nature. So again, not used for broader purposes across the city. So we talked a little bit about general fund revenue. Let's talk about expenses by department. So where is that money going? You can see that roughly about 50% of the general fund goes to support public safety. It's roughly 25-25 in public safety between police and fire. And then Parks and Recreation and PDS are the next two largest components. So you can see a large portion of the general fund revenue is going to support our public safety departments. And on the category side, so if we take that down one step further, you can see that the majority of expenses in the general fund are going to support people, right? So this is going to support wages, healthcare costs, retirement costs, et cetera. And so, really, this money is going to support the individuals that are performing services every day. A smaller piece would go to M&O and major equipment to think things like supplies, contracts, things of that nature. Smaller pieces there and going to transfers to the capital fund to support new buildings, things like that, and then VRT, Valley Regional Transit. So one relationship and before I go to the next slide, one relationship that I think is really important to understand is the relationship between property taxes, our largest revenue source, and personnel, right? Our largest expense. These things work in tandem, and it's healthy as a budgetary exercise to be able to see how they play out over time, right? Because we want to see some structural balance in that. So this slide is showing how those two things work over time. In 2020, personnel costs exceeded property tax revenue by about 2.3%. But as time has gone on, by 2025, that gap had grown to about 15%, driven by both wage growth and FTE count, right? And so in the 2027 build right now, that gap drops slightly to about 10%. And we'll talk a little bit about why that is in a moment. But from a budgeting standpoint, that trend line is unsustainable, right? Because you need to have your largest revenue sources and your largest expenditure sources moving in tandem. Otherwise, there creates a structural imbalance in place, and pressure begins to build on the budget and in forecast. So this slide helps explain part of that divergence. So you might have seen around 2022, 2023, that's when the gap begins to play out. And over the last several years, conditions required significant wage adjustments to remain competitive and recruit and retain employees, right? And so those decisions were important and necessary at the time. But they also demonstrate why monitoring long-term health of a forecast is important, right? And so you can kind of see, we've also kind of outlined the average percentage growth rate over a time period, police coming in 4.4, fire coming in at 5.3. One thing I would maybe categorize for the general employees, the proposed wage is 3% for this upcoming year. In order to get to the 3% mark, general employees had to leverage a bonus that was going to be paid as a one-time bonus pay. So we call that self-solve, right? So in order to get a little bit higher base wage growth, we leveraged an internal pay category. So I think for maybe on your side, what that would be equivalent to is maybe leveraging longevity pay to get to a higher base wage growth rate. So sometimes as the budget becomes constrained, we have to start making more challenging decisions and trade-offs. So next, I'm going to kind of turn to the forecast slide. And there's going to be a little bit on here, so bear with me as I start to explain what we're looking at. The forecast, before we dive in, does show that the city remains financially stable, right, and maintains some flexibility in future years. However, it's important to recognize that flexibility in a forecast does not necessarily mean excess capacity, right? And so today we project roughly $5 to $8 million of ongoing flexibility in our general fund forecast. You can see on the left in 27 that we're proposing to use roughly $1.5 million for run the business needs in 27. So to put that in perspective, that 1.5 is to address unavoidable cost increases, service level needs, things outside of our control in terms of growth. And so said differently, each year, if we use that 1.5 in year one, we have only 3.5 million remaining in year two of the forecast, right? And each year there are new run the business needs, right? 1.5 is a general target that we've experienced in prior years. So you can see that 1.5 continues, right? Because we have to maintain those levels of service. Year two pops up, you have another 1.5 that carries through, minimizes the flexibility to about 2 million. And by year three, if you have another 1.5 million, that consumes the full flexibility of the forecast. So as we think about that, that trend line continued, we would use a lot of the flexibility that we have in about 3 years of the forecast. And so at that point, maintaining structural balance would require a few different options, right? So you could either identify new revenue sources, you could reprioritize expenditures, you could defer investments, you could find operational efficiencies to offset future growth. And so really the forecast is meant to highlight that today's decisions that we make impact year two, year three, year four. And flexibility in a forecast is a finite resource, right? And if all the flexibility that we have is consumed by ongoing commitments today, then future flexibility quickly disappears, right? And as a result, we won't be able to respond to the operating needs that we have in 28, 29, et cetera. So hopefully that paints a little bit of a picture on the forecast and the flexibility. And so I think in summary, before we maybe turn it over to you all to see what questions you might have is, Boise's proud to take care of our employees and provide that strong total rewards package. And at the same time, we continue to operate in a fiscally constrained environment that we're having to navigate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? That's a lot to
Yeah,
absorb, I know.
Yeah.
A lot to digest. Any questions for Carissa or Justin?
I have a couple, I think.
Or us, we can also hop in.
Yeah, I think what's going to
Yep.
be beneficial for us is to be able to have this slide, be able to go back, because I'm, trying to take a couple notes, get a couple questions out as we go. But to be able to have an opportunity to do that, to go back to a table outside of this room and be able to really focus on some of those slides and then come up with some additional questions that we may have. A couple of them that I wanted to ask So the last slide that we were in with the kind of available money in the forecast, was this forecast built just on property tax revenue, or was this built on everything that was coming into the city?
So and within the forecast too, it's important to remember that we're building in increases already,
Mhm.
right? So we're looking at our property tax growth rate, we're looking at sales tax, we're building in a revenue growth
Mhm.
into the forecast already, but even with that, we're seeing the constraints.
Yeah. So that leads me directly to question number 2, which would be, what is the forecasted number, say specifically for property taxes? Is that with a 3% increase every year with the forecast?
So I would have to go back and pull, but the property tax is interesting because it's a combination of a couple different factors. So you have the base growth on property taxes. That could be up to 3% a year,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And then you also have growth on new construction, annexation, urban renewal district expirations.
Mhm.
And so, every single year we evaluate based on needs, what that growth is going to look like.
Mhm.
But the max at any given year we could take is that 3%.
Mhm. Yeah. So just to try to make sure that I'm understanding it, was the forecast built on a total 3% property increase?
I can go back and check.
Okay.
I believe it is, but we'll confirm that.
Okay.
I believe it is, because, yeah, I believe it is, but we'll confirm.
Okay, perfect. And then as far as, and I know it's probably extremely difficult to try to quantify new growth in the future. I would assume that we're looking at trending. Can you explain just a little bit on how you forecast new growth in this model?
Yeah, it's a great question. So let's think about the revenue side for a second, because I think that's really where we see a lot of the constraints,
Mhm.
right? So as we're looking at the discretionary sources, so think of sales tax, think of franchise fees, liquor tax. We'll look at where the industry is heading or where our community is heading. So a good example would be liquor tax. We're actually seeing declines
Mhm.
in liquor tax distribution as alcohol consumptions change. So we work closely with the folks who are providing those numbers to understand where it's going. So we would then start to think about a decline in that. Another one, a different one would be sales tax. You might have heard me mention before 1%, right, on the cap. There are times in sales tax distributions where it can exceed 1%, right? Where you might have a full growth. So we average that out by saying roughly 3% is what we've experienced.
Mhm.
And so we might build then 3% into the growth rate there. And so it's really leveraging the experience that we've seen so far and changing market conditions to reevaluate those growth rates every single year to make sure we're having a reflective picture of the Boise City experience.
Okay. And then I did have one other question on the revenue sources slide that you presented. I believe there were a couple of indicators on the one side, this one right here, where you had the sales tax, liquor tax, property tax. And I believe you said that that was about 3/4 of the revenue growth that was brought into this through those three.
I think what I meant to say was those 3 or 4 represent roughly 75% of overall general fund revenue. So here you can see how those flow here, but I may be misunderstanding the question.
So it's representing 3/4 of the general fund, but that's the total revenue sources. Is kind of what you're saying?
So what I'm saying here is that as we're thinking about flexibility in the forecast,
Mhm.
these sources, so sales tax, liquor tax, property tax, and to a certain degree as well, franchise fees,
Mhm.
those are available for general city operations. And so we have limited control as to how fast those grow,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And so really, as we're thinking about trend lines and forecasts, that's really what we look at as the availability for broader growth, because the rest of those revenue sources are dedicated for certain purposes.
Just for a clarification, ironically, we do a lot of this and clarified some things. Are franchise fees the same as impact fees?
No.
Those are different.
Those are different. So
Okay.
Franchise fees are things that the city has a statutory right to provide. So think garbage, think water, but we don't provide those services. We work with partners on
Power, yeah, natural gas.
Okay.
So we allow Idaho Power a monopoly. So we allow them to be the sole service provider. And in return for that, we get a franchise fee from them. So it's a portion of what Idaho Power bills Boise residents comes back to the city as a franchise fee.
Okay.
So they're very specific agreements with, I would say like utility providers.
Mhm.
So here's a weird one, but years and years ago, cable TV was included in franchise fees,
Well, it still is.
but
Yeah.
nobody uses
Not
cable
anymore,
TV.
yeah.
So we
Right.
actually used to get revenue.
Right.
But as people moved away from cable TV and everybody went to that revenue source for the city dried up because we no longer get franchise fees for
Yeah.
cable TV. So it's like these weird, that is like city budget technicality
But
bizarro.
And one thing too, I did get clarification, 3% was built in
Okay.
the forecast.
Okay, great. So as the economy is not doing as well, does that mean that the liquor tax really starts to increase when people are happy and sad?
It tends to.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, Gen Zers are
Aren't
not
drinking.
drinking.
Hmm.
So we're seeing it
Yeah.
go way down because this new generation does not drink like
Feel like that fun.
old times used to drink.
We're counting on the Xers and the boomers to pick up their consumption to offset the Zs.
Well, I think for me, that's all the questions that I have right now. Thank you for being able to answer those. I think it's very helpful. Gives us a lot of direction and insight.
Ryan, can I have any questions on your end?
And that memo may also help. So I,
Has more
between Romeo and I, we have added an information folder, and now the slide deck and the associated memo are in it for you. So,
Perfect. Thank you.
and we're more than happy to bring Carissa and Justin back if you, as you
Yeah.
digest that,
Yeah.
even if we get into tomorrow or down the road, if you do come up with questions or want to revisit anything, we're happy to have them back at any point.
All right. Awesome.
That budget, if I'm looking at that again, I was just checking out that 3-year forecast with the ceiling. It's not clicking for me yet. And usually pictures are how I read, so
Yeah.
shame on me, but if I got that $5 million cap in the one time,
So,
how's that top end represented?
yeah, so let's think about it this way. It's a great question.
Yeah, the base investments
Yeah.
versus one-time
And
investments.
This is
Yeah.
a budgetary strategy that we
Yeah.
employ. So imagine we have 5 million in flexibility each year over 10 years in the forecast. So 5 million is available.
Okay,
What we're saying is in year one, we're not going to put all of those costs or all the flexibility into base costs. We're going to put 1.5 into base that will continue next year, but then with the remainder of that forecast flexibility, we'll put that into one-time needs for the city. So, and then the next year, that 1.5 continues, a new 1.5 run the business comes into play, but that $5 million that's available hasn't changed. It shrinks, or what the availability shrinks each year.
so how does that stay stagnant while the rest goes up proportionally?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the 5 million in any given year, there are like some years it might be 5, some years it might be 5.5. Like there's a slight range. We're using at 5 as more illustrative for demonstration purposes. But you know, that 5 isn't going to be exactly $5 million every single year, but we are building in, you know, certain cost increases, certain revenue increases into the forecast. But we're just trying to illustrate the amount of available flexibility and how that's generally spent and considered.
One of you like pictures, I like examples.
Yeah.
So if it helps, So an example of things that might show up in that orange box, which you see orange in 27, and then you see that orange box grow a little bit in 28, and then you see the orange box grow just a little bit again in 29. So things that would be in the orange box would be like adding a new firefighter,
Yeah.
right? Like that firefighter that we add in 27 is still going to be with us in 28, and they will have progressed on their pay scale and or gotten a year of longevity pay. So they'll be more expensive to us in 28, and they're still going to be with us in 29 and be even a little more expensive.
Yeah.
So the orange box is meant to represent investments that we're making in this year that are recurring costs. So again, a good example would be like adding a new employee. The green one time, that might be like a transfer to the capital fund for major repairs and maintenance at Fire Station 11. So that's something we're going to have to do once, but we're not going to have to do a new roof on Fire Station 11 every single year. And so that green, again, kind of back to the strategy is, although we could in 27 be like, we're gonna make the whole bar orange, that would mean in 28, the whole bar would be orange and there wouldn't be like anything that we could add in 28. Does that, I don't know if the words.
Yeah, so I guess maybe it's just the shorter data set. So if I were to reverse this, go back 3 years, would I expect that remaining flexibility to have grown at the same inverse a bit? Would we go beyond the 5,000? Now we're getting closer to 10,000 remaining flexibility. I'm just trying to see why doesn't that ceiling change? But if we look to the future, it's gone versus the proportionate rise or growth if we're having it to revenues.
If I may, this gets dangerous, Christine doing budget. Could you go back to our structural imbalance? The way I think about it is if that orange line is the amount that the property tax is growing, but the green line is our fixed expense growth, what the position we find ourselves in now is that our expense growth is outpacing our revenue growth. And so that has been continuing to put downward pressure on our flexibility. So in the past, if those lines line up, they kind of do grow proportionately, but because of the structural imbalance we've had over the past several years, that expense growth is outpacing the revenue growth, so that flexibility gets decreased. Does that help?
Okay.
And if I goof that up, Justin, this is where you jump in and say, Christine's not allowed to do budget anymore.
I think it's just, I think partly that graph, the prior one's just almost as arbitrary numbers essentially, right?
No, I mean, the 5 million is what we have.
That's what you have.
Yeah, that is what, like, it's not meant to be, it's like roughly 5 to 8 million in a forecast period. So that's assuming our revenue growth rates and our expense growth rates.
Where's that 5 million come from? Is it from the unrestricted reserves or, because those are much higher. I didn't know where that 5
Yeah.
million number comes.
So the 5 million would come from, when we develop our budget, we'll think of our overall revenue growth,
Yeah.
subtracted out by known expenses, right, within each of the departments, and then having a bit remainder over there.
Real quick, I have another question on this slide. And this relates a little bit to property tax because we're showing a growth in the gap and property tax revenue increases or budget increases and having kind of that 3%. Have we pulled the 3%? And do you know what is left on any foregone revenue on property taxes to be able to go back to technically bring those lines closer together?
Yeah, I could go back and pull that information on what would be remaining in the forecast.
Remaining in the foregone, yeah. Because that is part of the reason there is some flat property tax growth years
Yeah.
because we were trying to give residents property tax relief when we were all upside down in COVID. So yeah, so we do have a bank of foregone, and I will defer to Justin to correctly bring back that number.
Yeah, that'd be great just for some intel of
But this year's budget is proposing to take the full amount of foregone that we can.
Yep.
So I think that's pertinent to,
Yeah.
right?
Is that what,
The FY 27 budget, as if you want more on this, we did a fantastic budget workshop in late May. But we did, as presented to council, the FY 27 budget, as proposed in the budget workshop included the 3%. So taking the full 3% in property tax and taking the allowable foregone. So we are going back and trying to recapture that. And that's already built into the FY 27 proposed budget.
is that why that's starting to close? Because you're gonna touch on that later.
A couple of reasons why. So, I mean, if you think about it, if we go here,
Mhm.
the wage growth starts to even out slightly.
Mhm.
And if you think about FTE growth as well, that's also dropped in the last couple of years too. So both wage growth and FTE growth is moving closer to the property tax value.
And that's part of the factor in the 4-person staffing, right? It's like getting the 4-person staffing and the wage growth, that's what we're trying to, this is what we need your help solving for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one more question, Justin, maybe you can help me with a lot of the new legislation that's come out. I've done a lot of budgeting in the past. I know there are some constraints. So I wanted to look at a couple different revenue sources. Number one is new growth and what kind of constraints we have there. And then the other one is impact fees. And if there have been any constraints on impact fees or any changes to the way that we're using impact fees in the current budget, having new constraints on potentially property taxes.
Yeah, great question. I can pull some information on the impact fees. That's a little bit outside of my space.
Mhm.
But I do know on the new growth side of things, the legislation that caps at 90%, right? So in a way, as new,
Doesn't pay.
yeah, it doesn't, so growth doesn't pay for growth. So as we're, as new stuff is coming on, ideally that new growth should be paying for the expanded services
Mhm.
that we experience, right? But if that's only coming on at 90%, then we're not capturing that full amount, which doesn't allow us to have growth pay for growth.
Right.
If you all are looking for something to lobby on in upcoming legislative sessions, we would welcome your support in reforms to House Bill 389.
I feel like we always have a lot of work to do up at the State House, but that sounds like very important work also. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to touch back on the impact fees, those are one time in nature. So when we think about impact fees, we think of those in terms of like new fire stations instead of wages or new firefighters.
Yeah.
So
And is that still kind of the philosophy of the city? I know it is with most municipalities, is that property taxes specifically are what are going to go to pay for personnel and wages, and other monies that are not as easily predictable are going to one-time
Yep.
costs.
So
Okay.
ongoing revenue should pay for ongoing expenses,
Yep.
one time for one time.
because we never want to put ourselves in a situation where we've got a workforce that's dependent on one-time dollars that
Yeah.
could go away, right?
Yeah.
So when we think about our workforce, whether it's wage growth or adding new employees, like we think of them, I mean this in the most positive possible way, as an ongoing obligation,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
in a good way,
Right.
right? Like we want that person, we want them with us. We don't want to be in a situation where we are having to say goodbye to people.
Yeah.
That's never a situation we want to be in.
And we understand and appreciate where that philosophy generally lies with budgeting, because I think it does make it so that we have consistency in our jobs. We don't have to worry about potentially some of those monies going away. One of the considerations that we often speak about is at what point do we look at that revenue and how much revenue that we have and try to figure out how much of that is in a very consistent revenue source. If we're looking at growth and we know that growth is going to be at X%, and it's forecasted for a consistent growth. And I think Boise is a pretty prime example of a very consistent growth pattern, that we start to go, okay, maybe we move some of this money because we know out of, throwing out a number, out of $100 million of money that's coming in, there's no question $10 million is always going to be coming in for the next 20 years. Is there any point at which some of that money is kind of shifted within the general fund to then start to support some of the more ongoing resources?
I think one time in terms of budgeting, it should be used for one-time investments, right? You can even think a development fee, right? So I think Micron and St. Luke's could be a good example, right?
Mhm.
So a lot of development is currently happening, but we wouldn't necessarily want to increase our base at that point to expect that that's going to happen down the road. So we have to be really cognizant about
Sure.
the one-time versus
Yeah.
ongoing.
And the only thing I'd add too is just impact fee wise, it's very restricted what we
Yeah.
can use
What we
impact
can-
fees to work.
Yeah.
So that one, I don't want to say it's off the table, but it's really, we're meeting again just recently to reestablish our baseline for impact fees, because obviously we've built 13s, and so 13s is coming off, but now we're looking at adding Fire Station 20 in there. But that's very restricted, and it can't even be for like a rebuild of an existing fire station. It's really for an expansion of services that are caused by new growth. So it's pretty restricted. And then if we don't spend it in time, we actually have to return it. So just color on that. But we are, I mean, that's a continuation of we have to do it every so many years. We have to reset the amounts. And we're in that process right now with the city's consultant to look at what's next and what are we adding in there? What can we safely recover from that?
Mhm.
So.
All right, last question I think I have. So when we look at the total budget of the fire department specifically, are we putting 100% of property tax into the fire department budget, or are we putting property tax directly to personnel expenses only, and then using some one-time money for, say, capital, some of the other expenses that we have within the fire department budget?
So if I'm understanding your question, in terms of property tax would go to support the ongoing components, right? But in terms of one time, et cetera, that might be, can you repeat it one more
Sure.
time?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look at the fire department budget as a whole, which would include personnel, would include capital, would include buying fire engines,
Yeah.
the maintenance, upkeep of a lot of those things. So my question is, are we using property tax money to cover 100% of the total budget, which includes those
No.
things?
No,
Or are we using property tax money only for the personnel costs of the budget?
It's not quite that one-to-one, yeah. So
That's so
the,
easy. It's just cut and dry.
no.
Yeah. well, because
I know there's a lot.
fire does have a significant chunk of department, service contracts. So you think of NAC for Whitney, right? So you have actual dedicated department revenue that's restricted only to be used by fire. So when we look at the full fire department budget, you actually have several sources of revenue. There definitely is the majority of it is property tax, but you also have some other revenue sources. You also have fees like for inspections or permits.
Development fees.
You get some development fees for plan review. So yeah, the whole fire department budget. We could look up percentages if you would like, but you all have your portfolio is diversified slightly. You're not fully reliant on property tax.
Okay, perfect.
Does that help?
That helps. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other questions from you gentlemen?
Looking at too, and thanks for allowing us to ask so much questions, because we're trying to become like partners in the negotiations, fiscal responsibility, and making sure we're being reasonable with our asks when we cost things out and understand the picture. Also, that kid says, I'm like, well, C's to get degrees, so I have to ask a lot of questions. Yeah, understand. The 2027, have you guys looked at revenue projections as well yet?
2027 for fiscal 27?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that-
Yep, that's already baked into the budget.
Okay.
And the full, the timing of this negotiation is interesting, but
Oh,
the full budget book publishes on the 15th. I
I
think.
think it's mid-June. I think it's gonna be released the 16th.
The 16th is what I meant to say.
Yes.
So close, so close. So that's something that it's a publicly available document, but we're more than happy to provide you with a copy of that too. That goes into exceptional detail and gives you dollars and cents on all of that.
This is last year, so if you really want to dive in,
Yeah.
it's pretty extensive on our assumptions for every single revenue category. It's
It's an impressive
I
document.
don't have any sleep tonight.
It's like
Yeah.
hundreds of pages. Yeah.
Understand too those legislative constraints that you have the fortune of having to deal with. The 90% on that, is that gonna say no, the total assessed value, so $1 million, you could only tax off of 900,000?
So 900,000 would roll into the tax roll rather than the million.
Not exactly.
No,
I just want to clarify there, just so it's when you bring it onto the rolls.
Yeah,
It
that's what it
doesn't
is.
reduce your taxable value. It reduces the amount you can increase. So it's not like if it's $1 million building,
Okay.
it's not taxed on $900,000. But if it's $1 million ad, we can only add 900,000 to our taxable value. But it's still taxed on the full million. I was just at the state tax commission and
I trust you. I trust you. I know you went to school on this.
so that was one of their points
That
of
was-
emphasis
yeah,
was
live in our
that the
time.
taxable value doesn't change, but it affects what we can bring onto our tax rolls.
So who gets the other
Yeah.
10?
It goes away.
Where?
Yes.
Sure
Do they need an
does.
account number? I have an account number. I'll give them.
To where?
After our book tour, we're going to the Caymans. We'll meet whoever's getting that other 10% there.
How the tax commission and sets like a maximum allowable budget amount.
Mhm.
It's actually a fascinating training. The
Oh,
tax
Romeo.
commission puts it on every year. Thank you, tax commission. It was a really
Edge of your
good,
seat training, was it?
I actually was, I was super jazzed. It was a half day and they went through all of the new legislation. They spent a bunch of time on that one in particular with how the actual maximum budgets are established by the city and the foregone amounts and how much you can take. And it was having sat in this role now for 15 years and never have had that level of detail on the back end taxing. It really was fascinating. It was like, kind of gave me a newfound respect for stuff and all the things that Justin and his team have to go through to really establish that, even with the tracks from the budget. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, but yes, they wanted to make sure that it was like, it doesn't reduce the taxable value, but it reduces the amount of that the city can basically add to their budget.
Justin, do you also find this as fun to deal with on a day to day?
Day to day, yeah. It's great. I mean, I think I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, right? And educate, because it's a lot that goes into it. It impacts the community in a really big way, and just being able to share with you what we're seeing as a good thing. So thanks for the time.
With
The longer we sit here, he's gonna, and then I'm gonna come up with another.
No, it's good. I think it's really important that we have a shared understanding of this because just as much as you all said up front, like, hey, we're putting all of these proposals out, we have some back of the envelope calculations, but we're not quite sure. I mean, this is also us being like, hey, like this is the picture that we're seeing and how we're thinking about it. And I would never want there to be an assumption that like the city's sitting on all this money and it just doesn't want to give it to its workforce, right? Like that is not the situation that we find ourselves in. Stacy and I have said many times, and sometimes we get kicked out of the room when actual recommendations are coming, but we're like, listen, if it was up to us, like those numbers in every box would be higher because we have the best employees in the world and we would love to reward them with as much compensation as we could, the best benefits we possibly could. And each year we're like, oh, like trade-off, like what do we do? What's the best we can possibly do for our employees. So I think it's really important that everybody understand like these are like real things that we're trying to balance and trade off. It's not we've got a big pot of gold and we just don't want to give
Right.
more to any one person. Is like, no, like we're really trying to grapple with this and make sure that we are staying as competitive as we possibly can, but we're also able to add, whether it's for, for people on an engine or whatever it is, it's like, we're really grappling with that and trying to do our best to balance those investments in our current workforce while reserving some flexibility for the growth we need in our future workforce. So it's good. Ask away is what I'm saying. That was long-winded.
I'll save all the number one, so I'll look forward to the June 16th. Take a peek, but understanding too, because you definitely have some hamstrung constraints on terms of what's coming down, or what has come through legislation. Looking to the more of the residential side, that 3%, if I interpret it right, I can take the value of a home, we'll say a $500,000 home, and I could apply up to 3% towards that, or is that?
So it's the city's budget can grow up to 3% a year, but the value on a home could go up more than 3% a year in terms of the property tax. It go less. It's based on the levy rate and
Levy rate, yeah.
and if you think about
Artificial.
the tax bit, and so there's what I will say, if you want to read up more in there, we have a full property tax analysis section in the book. Where we talk about things like that, like the levy rate, also thinking about things like burden shift, right, between commercial and residential properties. As we've seen over time, more burden shifted from commercial properties. It used to be about 50-50 split in the tax base. Now it's about 70-30 towards resident, or 70% residential, 30% commercial. So that puts more onto the homeowner. So we have a full section on all the calculations and kind of the things that we're seeing in that.
And that's how it impacts that 900,000 versus $1 million, is it changes the levy.
The levy rate.
So it's still taxed on the full.
Now I'm with
life
you.
building, but the levy changes
Levy goes down.
so that it doesn't take, so when they calculate out your new levy rate, that county calculates out this new rate, it takes into account that reduction in your total value that you have. But the building is still taxed on the full amount of the building, but the levy rate changes to reduce.
That was what I was missing. I was like, what? Oh, yeah, the levy.
Yeah, which is
The levy rate, yeah.
really hard to understand the whole levy rate stuff because because like well, my value has gone up, but your levy rate has gone down.
So you don't get true gains off of.
It's not a 1-for-1, right?
Right. Yes, so with growth doesn't necessarily come accelerated increase to the budget. It is a 3% increase to the budget, even with expansive growth because of that levy rate reducing.
Kinda. I mean,
Other than there is some new growth revenue.
correct.
Yes.
But I think the other challenge that we see, and we had a lot of discussion about this with council a few weeks ago. Boise itself isn't growing at the rate of the surrounding communities, but we know that Boise as the capital city and the urban hub, right? Whether you live here and own a home here and pay property tax here, like you're here floating the river on the weekend, you're up in the foothills.
Utilizing service.
Utilizing, exactly. You're down here at a concert so I think the other thing that we're contending with, and especially with, say, the way that the sales tax gets distributed, right? Boise's growth is getting constrained, but as the Treasure Valley grows, the drain and the use on our services continues to grow because those folks are coming here to go to school, to work, to play. And so we're also, I think, grappling with that like not all of the rooftops necessarily are going in our city limits, which generates our property tax. But those folks are still coming here. And on a bad day for them, we don't wish them ill.
Right.
Utilizing some of your services, right?
Yeah.
But that I think is a thing that we're going to continue to have to contend with. It's like, how do we keep offering the level of service that we do, which our residents enjoy and expect, while maybe that growth isn't happening in our confines, but we're getting even more pressure from the growth of the valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to just kind of share with the group, we have an understanding where with our health trust, we have to do the same thing, right? For
Right.
our members and as the union and as firefighters within the union, we have to take our budget. We have to forecast where we think we are. We have to make decisions that are in the best interest of what would be our community there that is utilizing the service. And we have to make those decisions with longevity in mind.
Yep.
So when we get an increase that comes into it, that doesn't mean that we're able to then move that money straight into either a cost savings or different services. We have to be able to manage that. So we're continually doing that as well, and really appreciate and understand the work that you're doing.
We're very lucky. We do have an all-star team behind us supporting all this work. So thank you.
Feel bad with poor Chris. Can I ask? We didn't ask
Oh,
the
yeah.
question. Yeah, it was just like.
You're like, yeah, we do have good benefits.
I even have my HR pen in my hand.
I think Chris is really sad about that.
Yeah.
Can I please get out of this room right now? Off of the camera, out of this room. Yeah.
Only one more question. I've exceeded my quota on. When we're looking at the compensation comparisons for the total wages package, I saw a note with the paramedics included in that. The asterisk, is that for, how did that work into? Is it like paramedics percentage of the actual paramedics, or everybody has that potential and it's doing the growth in the package?
So are you asking about market?
Yeah, so when we compare that total incentive package, and that comes in the percentage based, is paramedic assuming that just if you're on with Boise, you can get that?
So that's part of
We
the
could.
earning potential
Oh,
component that we
Earning
looked at. We looked at base wages, and then we also looked at all of those comparators I mentioned. We looked at kind of the earning potential there. So that could include paramedic certification, longevity pay, specialty assignment pay, career development. Every agency is going to have a little bit different package, right? So kind of looking at what components they have and looking at what estimated potential is there.
Should it be fair to say that if you don't have any of the compensations, like the extra bonuses, essentially you're the 50th percentile. If you have the max, you're the 80th percentile?
No, that's just looking at total earned potential. So it's just basically like if you had a dollar amount that you assign to total earning potential for each agency, that's how we compare, looking at that total earning potential.
Only because they asked a question, I feel like now I earned
Well, now you.
the ability
Oh
to
my
ask
God.
one more. And they bring up just kind of a good point. If when doing this kind of analysis, for example, paramedic pay, we are capped at the number of people that can be paramedic. Did that get brought into the consideration of pay? Because we only have, what do we allow, 40-ish?
I think we don't have a number, but yes.
Yeah, 40-ish, and that's it. Nobody else has the potential earning
Back to that.
of that 10%.
That shows the average. So what you're asking about, I think,
Mhm.
is how did we calculate this potential earning here based on the FY 25 averages? Is in paramedic pay in there? That's what you're asking.
Yes, and for everyone, because not everyone has the ability to earn that 10%.
That's
Very-
what they're asking. Was paramedic pay part of that potential?
Yes,
Okay, and same with specialty teams, we would say,
looking at all the components.
Okay.
And trying to assign a dollar
Sure.
value to that and looking at
Yeah.
overall estimated.
But looking at what we said, okay, so if you're a senior firefighter and, ultimately your base is right about a little over 100, and then your potential with standard composite overtime and so forth, that is the average of senior firefighters in 2025.
Mhm.
So even if you only had 20 paramedics, it's only counting those 20 paramedics. as
because it's
part of the
averaging.
average.
Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
these are,
That's actual numbers.
yeah, these are actual average.
So it's not inflated. It's, we're not saying everybody potentially has that 10%. This shows the
Yeah.
actual averages.
Okay, so those are the actual averages. Now in the slide prior, where we're comparing, and I'm asking because I'm going, this would have to be an impossible job to do.
It's really hard because there's not it's not one to one,
Right.
right?
Right.
So it really is just looking at estimated earning potential.
Okay,
So
perfect.
kind of looking at all those components.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
So it's, to some degree, we might need to sit down and refine to some degree, like, are we looking at this correctly?
Mhm.
Given the number of folks that can, that it's applicable with this certification or this certification, there might be some tweaking, but I doubt it really shifts that number too much.
Yeah.
We can certainly look
Yeah.
at that.
It's always a question that really we get heavily focused on with comparables.
Yeah.
Because we go, well, yes, let's compare with, I'm going to throw out Twin Falls. And it's, well, Twin Falls, technically they do now, used to only be a fire department. They didn't even run EMS calls.
Yeah.
And so we really get into these examples where we're trying to compare, but there are so many variables that it gets so difficult. And literally you pull a department and you go, here's a great comparable for us because they do some of the same things. And then you find out that it's completely skewed the other way.
Well, and I think we've touched on this a couple of times, just the complexity of every contract,
Mm.
ours included, right? I really think talking about and focusing on the total compensation or total rewards is the best way to compare, because like some places just don't even have this add-on that we do. So it's like there's like nothing to even compare it to, or you find a department that does, and then it's like, oh, but then they don't have this, and right. So I keep in my mind, I keep anchoring back to the total compensation or the total rewards, because trying to mix and match it, like you get a fruit salad of
Mhm.
apples and grapes and oranges and bananas, is like,
Yeah.
like they have this, they don't have that. So
Yeah.
I actually think the slide with that average total compensation is more
Yeah.
helpful.
Mhm.
I think that puts that. What
Yeah.
levy rate did you use?
Oh, gosh. And I know we recently retired that URD, and if we
Yeah.
captured 80% of the retirement, then what?
All right. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I think I'm great.
Thank you very much.
Can't say it enough. Thank you for you do
Yeah.
presenting. That's helpful.
How sure everyone distracted too much with the quarter?
Well, and we thought getting this up front and then
Yeah.
allowing you all to sit with it. Like I said, we can bring them back at any point.
Thanks.
You know where they live. It's in this building. Oh, see, yes.
And that dirty.
Shall we be
That's-
back at 3?
Sunset.
I
Yes.
just need 4 minutes.
3 o'clock, we will resume.
Chief has something to say.
Nope. Chief's hands are clean. Okay, now I'm gonna go get my notebook. Thank
All right,
you.
you're
I
welcome.
ruined a whole piece of paper with those.
That's right. That's right. Mine is, I'm a paper saver, so I'm just gonna go and keep using it.
Feel like Christine wasted this. All right. Now, here we are. And thank you, Romeo, who is going to do a whole lot of moving of things into file folders. Where shall we begin?
Yeah.
With city proposals.
And we're ready to jump in?
Well, that's a good
Yeah.
question. Anything else on that previous section we'd like to chat about before we move into city proposals?
I think I'm great on the presentation.
Kind of like we had said before, we'll kind of get through, or we'll roll through all of them. And then hopefully talk back about packages and different things like that, values. No priority order in these other than I'm gonna kind of go through them. I'll dump them out there in order of contract. So basically starting
Oh,
kinda as we move through the contract, I sorted them kind of by section and article. So we'll kind of just roll through them in order. So I guess we would just say, don't take any order of these as preference or anything like that. It's just kind of just to keep me in line. Okay, I dumped two out there. We'll start with the callback red lines one. So kind of similar to you guys, I wouldn't necessarily say this is you know, a response or an alternative proposal, but it is similar to your proposal with regards to callbacks and has a few components to it. The first one that it does is you kind of scroll through is it changes callback pay. Right now, our on-call incident safety officers get paid to the nearest half hour. But our other members get paid a minimum of 3 when they're on call. What this has tended to lead to at times is if one of our members takes a phone call or something like that, they're often probably not doing what they're supposed to be doing and billing us for the 3 hours. So this just aligns all members to half hour minimum, put in your time, get paid for your, and we talked about it, even with the safety officers, they're not always, they're being fiscally responsible for the city, and they're like, I didn't even get into my truck yet, and I started responding, but I didn't, and they're not always hitting us with that overtime bill. And what this is trying to do is to really say, it's okay to hit us for the half hour. Let's get it right. And if you're spending time and resources on the city dime, or for city, response, you should be billed. The next part of this, is it adds in the response chief. So currently, we have a response chief that is filled by our division chiefs. When our division chiefs are unavailable, we at times use a battalion chief to fill that role. So this would allow, or basically compensate that battalion chief when they are acting as our response chief, to get callback standby and then also get the minimum half hour callback. So it's really just not necessarily the same problem that you guys, I think, are trying to solve, but also just recognizing that we need to expand it a little bit, as well as kind of in making sure that our members are compensated for their time blocks as appropriate. So
am I understanding correctly that right now, a battalion chief, they were to take that incident safety officer position from somebody or that callback position, they don't get any pay right now?
the response chief
Response
position,
chiefs, yeah, sorry.
so they are getting paid. They're just not getting that it's, we don't have any contract.
Gotcha.
Chief, if you are pulling from the battalion chief pool to cover you,
Mhm.
how are they supposed to cover for me?
Way to bring it back around to number 1, President Shuey.
To be fair, they don't cover for me because I'm not a response,
That's true. That's true. All right.
but yes. No, and it's not used frequently, but it is used, and it's really, we are compensating them now, but it's not in the contract, which is,
Should be in there.
it should, is the long story short.
So our intent is to clean it up and actually have it memorialize what we're doing.
Yeah, twofold. I would say the first part is to make it consistent for all of our on-call members. So all of our on-call members get paid overtime in the same way when they are called out. Because right now we have one group that gets paid one way and a couple, or another group that gets paid a different way. So it standardizes all of them to get paid the same way. And then the goal would be is to incentivize them actually getting paid for that time period when they get a phone call or they get this or whatever. So it's basically allowing them to not have to bill us for 3 hours when they took a 15-minute phone call with a battalion chief, dealt with an issue,
Mhm.
or logistics captains do it fairly regularly. Like it can be just they get a phone call, hey, this check engine light is on. Okay, it's fine. Right? Take it, or hey, why don't you go grab the spare out of station 3? So maybe they don't even go to the station, but they're addressing the issue. At times they haven't always billed us for that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a they're like, it took me 20 minutes. I don't want to bill the city for that. So it kind of cleans it up. It gets everybody on the consistent. If they're getting callback standby time, they're getting this rate rather than splitting safety officers and logistics captains and response chiefs.
Yeah.
Everything. So, and then the second part is to clean up an existing process that, we're paying them now, but we don't have the contractual provisions to technically pay them.
All right, on to separation. Oh, I'm sorry, questions?
No questions. Good.
Okay. The next one is separation pay timing. I probably could have thrown this one in my broad cleanup language. But the intent here is to change up a little bit that when our members separate, how they are paid. So right now, the 10 day timing in there causes HR to basically do a special run for potentially paying out somebody when they leave. So HR is still willing to do that. So that's kind of that second step that says if a member gives payroll a written request for earlier payment, the member will be paid out in 48 hours.
Mhm.
But what they'd like the normal standard to be is, hey, when we get this request that you're leaving, we're going to pay you on the next pay period.
Which is what we
So,
do for the
That's
rest.
statutory, the rest.
Everybody else,
Yeah.
yeah.
But if there is some reason that the member goes, hey, I need the money sooner, the language that's existing in contract is if the member gives written request, it's there. What we're doing right now is if the 10 days is sooner, we're cutting checks on and off cycles.
Right.
Which,
And in all likelihood, we're talking a day or two difference.
Right.
To do a special process.
Right.
Yeah.
Is if I remember right, 48 hours, was that a legal requirement to pay out within 48 hours if requested?
I don't know if it's legal or not. I'll ask. I'm not actually sure if it is. I can ask. I'll find out.
but
Don't-
now it should be pretty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty simple,
Mandatory.
really just removing that 10 days. Saying we're gonna pay you on the pay date, but if you don't ask, that's kind of the default.
Right.
We're just gonna hit that next pay date and
Right.
pay you out on that next pay date when you separate. If you ask, we'll pay you out within 2 days.
Yeah. It's enough.
Also in Article 3. So Article 3, Section C, longevity. We had talked about this proposal in our last discussions as well, and as you kind of alluded, we hit a lot of other things and got to base pay. The concept is so this just we did get some changes done in the longevity section, right? We changed it from a certification pay component to a longevity pay definition, which really kind of recognizes what it's doing. It's really rewarding that extended time. The one thing that we did talk about last time and we didn't quite get to the finish line was at what point in time should we start to cap that, or should we look at caps on that? This proposal looks to cap that qualifying years at 25. So in essence, you would cap out at 25. So I think that's probably as simple as it is. Kind of the intent is really to look and go at what point in time should those be capped? At what point in time are we still gaining significant benefits from after 25 years? Are we gaining that more knowledge experience base? Are we also incentivizing kind of, you were alluding in some of your things, are we just
Not raising my hand.
are we incentivizing people to stay longer than they should because they're getting that longevity pay every year, and when they're 40 years in, well, I need another 0.055%, right? So does this help with that? So yeah,
Quick answer. Yes. Legal requirement is to pay out within 48 hours if an employee requests payments for the regular payday.
So we'll keep it in
Yeah.
as an option.
I was just curious.
Yeah, good, well remembered. Well remembered.
Had to make up for my earlier not well remembered.
That totally offsets binding
Yeah, I'm
fact-finding.
flush, I'm flush, we're good.
For what? We're not keeping track of party fouls today, friends. No party fouls today.
Just for flavor too, I wanted to pull up the numbers. So if we capped it at 25,
Uh-huh.
right now that would impact 19 members who are at 25 or years of service or more. So that's about 19 members that impacts. And then we have 4 additional members who are currently at 24. So the 25 members or so would be impacted in year 1 with that proposal. So just from a order of magnitude scale. So. And I mean, I think last time when we talked about this in the last negotiation cycle, I mean, I provided some comparables, but kind of as you've alluded to in some of our other comparable discussions, I can pick 6 that are less of a benefit, and I can pick 2 that are more of a benefit, and so it is a total compensation package, I think, that you have to look at.
Yeah.
So, there, I would say the vast majority of them that do have some form of a cap.
Mhm.
What that cap is, where it is, how much it pays, varies considerably.
Sure.
Okay, callbacks, separation pay.
I wish we had a Trello board.
I tried to get the city to support a Trello system and I got turned down every time.
Yeah.
It's so
Jira,
good.
Monday.
It's so good.
I mean,
I want Trello just because I know it well now.
we have 5 sessions of 14 days to introduce final proposals.
You have a little bit of time. Sneak it in
You
there.
still have time.
The problem is I've had as much difficulty trying to implement it in like the training division as Cam had trying to implement it with us. So I now feel your pain, Cam.
No, you're gonna love it.
Easy.
Once you try it, you're gonna
It's so beneficial. No.
Okay,
Okay, bring us back, Romeo.
moving on. So
Yeah.
our next one out there is section or Article 5, Section A, shift duty members. You know, we've talked about this in a number of different components over the years. But really what this looks at is our maximum consecutive shifts worked. So as you know, most of you know, working extensive hours or long hours, there's components where there's fatigue involved, there's different things. It's hard to directly correlate that to person, shift to shift, station to station, all that fun stuff. But right now we don't have any sideboards. So if somebody wanted to work for 3 weeks straight, with overtime in the middle there, they could do that. From a health wellness standpoint, we want to make sure our members are taken care of, make sure they're healthy, make sure they're well, make sure they're able to do the jobs. Certainly you've probably seen some of the different studies that, you know, sleep deprivation is equivalent to, you know, blood alcohol level, basically driving impaired, things like that. It's hard to quantify that directly. As I alluded to, if you're at a station and you sleep all night, maybe it's not as big of a deal to work an extra shift. If you're at 5s and you're running all night, it's a bigger deal. So this basically attempts to start to put some ditch banks around that. And basically it limits the consecutive hours worked to 72 hours. So basically that would be another day added on. So you could work your 2 days, work a 3rd day, or you could work your 2 days, take a day off, work another 2 days, take a day off, come back, something like that. But it limits it to 72 consecutive hours, without a minimum of 12 off. It does give a caveat or an out with regards to approval of a battalion chief. So if that battalion chief comes or you go to the battalion chief and go, hey, I was at station 2, I just slept for my full tour. I was able to sleep all night during the day. Obviously, they're doing training and different things, right? But if they were able to get their full sleep in, the battalion chief could approve that. So it's basically a 72-hour consecutive hours worked without 12 hours. So, and back to health, safety, wellness. basically the study on that blood alcohol level is after 17 consecutive hours awake, impairment's estimated to have a blood alcohol level of 0.05. And after 24 hours awake, impairment's estimated to be equivalent of a blood alcohol level of 0.1. So I do think we manage that now, right? Our battalion chiefs, our company officers, certainly do manage that and are able to, I would say, not necessarily take a crew out of service, but certainly take down the workload that particular day to minimize some of the impacts. I think if we really were awake for 24 hours, the BCs do have the ability to take a shift out of service or a company out of service. Yeah.
Where would you like to go next?
Um,
Unless there are questions on.
Nope. That was very self-explanatory and understood.
okay. Here is minimum staffing, so section 5, article 5. This one really is tied around our squad units. So currently, we have two things for minimum staffing in our contract with regard to BLS medical aid cars.
Okay.
How we exactly came up with medical aid car definition,
Sure.
or terminology, I don't know. But it was, maybe it's an old school kind of thing. Should ask Chief Hummel. But really what this looks at is as we move forward with the potential of a squad, so it's a medical squad. And I would say in this case, I put /U, so that could be a UTV in the park, that could be a first aid station. We've got both those coming up right with the 4th of July. So I wanted it to be a little broader in terms of than just a squad, in terms of just that truck, right? So it's a unit is the intention there that we potentially have that new rehab unit coming on, right? That we were able to, Ada County donated us a used ambulance, if you will. So we've got that if we chose to bring that up as a BLS or an ALS unit. That's why I didn't want to just limit it to a squad. What it does though is it changes the existing requirement basically is a captain and a driver, or a captain and a paramedic, depending upon the level. And it changes it to 2 firefighters who have at least firefighter 3. So going back to our working on a class discussions, those firefighter 3s have the ability to act as a senior firefighter or driver, and have required department training. So I think one of the big things that we have had some discussions around this in the past is that we don't want to put 2 firefighters on there on this unit, without that overhead, without that captain level position, without having some basic level skills such as basic accident reporting, such as basic incident command stuff. Because the reality is they're going to be in a vehicle by themselves and they potentially may roll up on a fire or roll up on an incident, and being able to at least start to set the stage so that it can be a successful incident. So that's what that department required squad training would focus on, is all those things that a firefighter or a driver may not have had, like that officers academy that we talked about. So how do we pull out just what we need to get them enough so that they are competent, qualified, but can operate? I would say we did a squad pilot program. What was it, a couple of years ago now, 18 months ago? And you know, from talking with those people who were able to be part of that, and even talking with a lot of our existing members, there was a pretty strong feeling that a captain maybe wasn't required because of the way these crews were operating. And generally, if it was truly a squad, they would be operating out of a station with another engine with a captain there, and then that captain would provide the supervision. So that's kind of the concepts there, is that it's sets up 2 different categories, if you will, the BLS squad unit, the ALS squad unit. It allows a paramedic and a firefighter 3 for the ALS, and a firefighter or 2 firefighter 3s for the BLS.
I don't want to interrupt you because you're on a roll, chief, but it's not in the folder.
That's so
Huh?
weird. Yeah,
Christina.
it's in mine.
It's in mine.
It's not in one.
Oh.
Oh, we see the games you're playing now.
It's not in mine. I lied.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
killed
no, I
everything and
can
re-
see it,
and
yeah.
re- redid everything too.
It'd be on a different server.
Can you go eat it?
That's
Are you
so
sure?
weird.
That is weird.
And you even clicked out and clicked back
Yeah.
in? Yeah, that is really weird.
And even looked kind of the second time like it was loading up
Thought it was an IQ test.
more.
That's so funny. And Tammy doesn't have it because you're on network.
Yeah. But we're on servers, so.
Yeah.
Where's our handy IT people?
Right.
On a friend.
Text them.
Are you on the City of Boise free network or do you have a?
I'm not. I'm on secure, but I don't know
I
that
wonder if that's.
I'm on Wi-Fi.
if you're not on a.
I'm on Wi-Fi secure.
Oh, they're on Wi-Fi secure.
Tammy's on Wi-Fi secure and she
Yeah,
can't see
she
it.
can see.
But she can't see it either. That's weird.
I just removed it. There's the proposals.
There it is.
I'd say mine says
Oh.
5 items set. There it is.
There it is. Okay. All right. We're resynced.
Do we need to go through it again?
Don't need to go through it again.
I was like, it's really two paragraphs. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a lot.
She
but-
spoke like it was more, but you know.
It's the reasoning behind it. I get it.
It is a
Spicy.
pertinent
Yeah.
discussion in the sense of.
No, no,
No, why I think it's where it was talking, so just
Actually-
especially for you two to understand.
Yeah.
That this is a concern of our members, that we
Yeah.
don't want to put them in a position.
Yeah.
That they're not competent and qualified, and I don't think the union wants that, the city doesn't want that. So we tried to write this in such a way that we make sure our members have the training, skills, knowledge that they need to do the job. But also not impeding or restricting the ability, kind of the reality of the city to operate either. So it's an operational efficiency, but making sure our members are trained and qualified to do something. I don't want them to go out and do a trade if they're not a paramedic, right? So that's kind of the concept. That was.
I found it. It says it's there.
Can you two open it?
Actually, no.
Oh, you can open it. Okay, well, now it's just you.
Ah, now it's just the Mac.
It's like all
Ah,
over again.
has to be picked. That's good. Understanding and Christine shared the language with me.
Okay. You get that. Before I start, does everybody see section 6 or section L,
Yes,
physical fitness program?
yes.
Oh,
Be outside.
Get that liquor tax up.
I mean, we should be doing our.
I do my part. I do my part.
Also, if Kim's.
I only had one receipt this year. It's.
Well played. Cameron, well played.
I need to excuse myself from this room, yeah.
As he's riding his acoustic bicycle.
I do like acoustic.
I do.
Sorry.
Stop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, derailment.
We're getting, it's
Yep.
it's 3:30. Where's the chocolate? Okay.
I only have like a couple more. So just hold on.
Yeah, we're holding strong. We're holding strong.
Union gets to present, we're all behaving. Two proposals, we can't hold our attention.
Get it together. Okay.
You know, this is another one. It's kind of funny. I think back, and one of the first things, you know, I remember sitting in a room again with Womack and Chief Oldenburg and talking about the Wellness Fitness Initiative and how we would implement that in the department. And I remember clearly those discussions with regards to these annual medical evaluations, and we were real close, 14 years ago, getting this across the finish line. It continues to be a priority for the city, to protect the health, safety, welfare of our members and your members. And this is one of the components that we've just never quite gotten across the finish line. So what this basically would propose is adding an annual medical evaluation, so an NFPA 15-2 physical, for all of our members. As you know, we currently do it for our new hires, right? We require them to go through it. We require our specialty team members to go through it. But this would extend that requirement to all of our members. And looking at, just really extending it to them. We do feel like there's gonna be savings, not only to the city and our workers' comp components, but also to the union in terms of the health trust. What this proposal, at least right now, is proposing is that the city would cover the cost, kind of like we do for specialty teams. And then also potentially, or in addition, cover their overtime when they're off duty to come to complete it. Like I said, we do think there'll be savings in both parties. And like I say, it's just an important kind of thing. I think it's, we were like I say, we were real close last time, and I think there was a few holdouts that had concerns about how do we implement this? What do we want to do? I would continue to say that it's not intended to be a punitive kind of thing. We really just want our members to be safe and healthy, and, able to do the job for a long time. So.
This is one, I think Chief Hummel and I feel pretty strongly about, just in terms of supporting that wellness. If that's something that we are going to talk about and really say this is a core of our strategic planning, across public safety as a whole. So just want to express my support for that, and again, with very much a wellness intent and prevention.
Totally. Yeah, and I agree. I think it's actually a cost savings probably for both parties. Well, I believe we talked about this in the pre-meetings, but just the concern, I guess, would be the implementation. I don't know if you guys have gone through yet. Have you explored that more?
Very briefly, I know Jason has done something similar in a previous life, maybe when he was running levies and bonds or something. I guess it was even before that, wasn't it?
It was post
Post
levies. Yep.
But that's about as far as we gotten, is we had reached out, to President Shuey to talk about if we have an established program that's already been accepted by, I won't say our union, but a fellow union, rather than recreate the wheel. That's what we would look at. If we can implement something like that.
I was thinking just logistically, like getting all of our members into a physical is going to be time consuming for.
Oh, yeah.
Even just for ERHC, but also if we added somebody else, we need the facilities, we need the physicians.
Yeah, no is the simple answer. I think from a Hilber standpoint, or an ERHC standpoint, is they're a profit-driven agency. So if we said, yeah, we're gonna add 130, they'd probably bring on another couple of physicians. Would be my gut reaction, but we haven't had that specific level of discussion. Those are good reality checks, that we don't want to put something into contract that we can't deliver on.
That's a good question.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the 1582, I was trying to look it up real quick, but the 1582, the standard under NFPA, that is exactly what we're doing for specialty teams.
1582, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that even allows some of the alternating years on the treadmills and stuff like that,
Yeah.
depending on age and yada, yada, yada. So
Mhm.
that's what he's following, the 1582.
Okay.
I believe he's following a slightly older version of
Mhm.
1582, so hence why I didn't put an addition in there. Because the new 1582, he had some concerns with some of the provisions, so he's been following the older version of. Anything else?
I think that's it for that one.
Anything from a risk or anything like that? I know, like I say, I know our risk, not only Christine, but, working with Corey Pence is pretty excited about this potential, just as we continue to know that, PTSI, cancer, one on duty cardiac arrest, the savings potential just for any one of those is pretty significant. And with all the presumptive that we've now pushed, we're kind of pushing some things into that kind of that workers' comp fund. So hopefully,
Yeah, one significant finding will pay for this,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah.
And it's a better
Right, the
outcome.
implementation is challenging and we have to be thoughtful about this, but yeah, just one will pay for this.
Yeah.
And is such a better, right? We all know prevention in this space or catching things early is such a better outcome for.
Yep.
For our people.
Just one other thing to add to is we talked about it's just hard. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people that'll agree with it because the culture at Boise Fire, especially since I've been there, right, is definitely more health oriented, but there's still gonna be some holdouts where it might be kind of hard to get them to buy into it.
100%. You're always gonna have folks that feel like this is invasive and overreach and, yeah, absolutely. And that will,
That's why this is the perfect opportunity to bring it up.
And we
You know,
talked, I don't
really
think it's in here. We talked about it, like maybe it's, I guess we can explore it more, but it might be something where it's, I can't remember what it says in here, looking at it, but it's remain confidential between the provider and the employee.
yeah, I think we could talk about all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think all those are, reasonable. I think we would probably want some, well, like I said, I don't necessarily, we need every single detail, but we probably wanna, at least your
Well,
valid.
I think ultimately in that GO,
you're signed
I
off.
think it's 102, that gives them the ability to take an employee off the line.
Yeah.
Right, and they can
Mhm.
provide the reasoning, yeah.
Yeah, and that's really what our mechanism now would be is, if we felt like an employee was unable to perform, we could ask for a fit for take the exam. The hard part is that there's so many things that we just don't know. I mean, even if it's just something as simple as blood pressure medicine or, a thyroid, that we can just solve the issue so early before it becomes a long-term chronic health,
Mm.
diabetic, I mean, things that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
It's, and then, who knows where's the next steps, like we've talked about even with the health trust, picking up some additional screenings and, I recently went to an ultrasound that screened from here to here and everything in the middle and the different cancer screenings. Obviously, there's pros and cons to all those, but the more that we could do that, we've recently had some discussions around how do we look at additional cancer screenings, potentially partnering with like a Luke's Cancer Center or something like that. So there's lots of things that kind of spin off this, but even just getting the baseline physical, the baseline blood tests, the baseline check-in with the doc, I think is pretty huge, but yeah, I think there's always gonna be a few people that it's gonna be a challenge, for different reasons, right? And like I said, what their personal reason is may vary, but.
Again, the clarity on the intent there, right?
Yeah.
It really is the employee wellness and making sure our folks are,
Mhm.
we're taking care of them as best we can.
Yeah, there's different ways to check those boxes. Like I say, this is kind of the first throw across and, see where we can get, where we can go with the goal being health, safety, welfare of our members. Okay. Um. Appendix A, pay schedules, paramedic firefighters.
Look, we need a drum roll.
Um. As we kind of talked a little bit about previously, the union introduced an AEMT proposal from a city standpoint and from a personal standpoint. I am very excited about this potential expansion of services. I really do think it's a critical gap or a critical need that we can fill, where a lot of our calls, an AMT can make a significant difference. So this does a couple different things. So it looks at the advanced EMT, as well as looking at our existing paramedic program. With some intent being that, as you kind of alluded to, paramedics are somewhat limited, how many we can have, things like that. But how do we start to either be able to balance or to pay for adding AEMTs? How do we pay for paramedics? How do we expand the system, with living in the same thing, with living in that same rough bucket of money? There is some components to this where, currently we would have some increases because, as you kind of alluded to, I think we've got 25 AEMTs right now, or paramedics that are operating at AEMTs, that there may be some costs there, day one. So to start with, it treats AEMTs basically as a paramedic. So just like our paramedic programs are limited, the AEMTs would be limited. So if the department assigns you as a paramedic or as an AEMT, that's how you would get in the door. What that does is it allows us to control costs. We can go back to mayor and council. We can budget in the process to say, hey, we're going to add 10 AMTs this year to get one per engine or whatever we want. You know, I think the goal of Chief Hummel and Chief Freeman is, it would be awesome if we could get AMT as kind of the new standard across the board, minimum level, right? Where at least we have one AMT on every apparatus and they can operate at that AMT level. We'll have several paramedic engines still in that mix. But really, how do we start to expand that service? That's probably a longer range goal. And who knows, maybe someday every member is the new standard, is instead of basic, it's just AEMT. But we're certainly not there yet. But really expanding that program. So that's kind of what it's doing in that first section there, is it's really just adding a separate definition from paramedic firefighters and adding advanced EMTs. The program would in essence be the same as the paramedic program, but you kind of have those two paths. Either we can be added as a department AEMT or as a department paramedic. And as I said, that the key thing there is it does just control how many we have. The cost is the biggest component there, that it just gives us some controls on cost that potentially, as we save money in other areas, we could potentially add additional AEMTs, or we could ask for a budget request. So yeah, so that's most of that. What it is it's just basically creating the AEMT components. Moving on down, the other component that this does is it starts to, it looks at our paramedic program and looks at how do we deal with paramedics as they continue to move through the ranks. So obviously, when we added our paramedic program, we had no captain paramedics, no battalion chief paramedics. We still don't have a battalion chief paramedic, but we certainly have a number of captain paramedics. I think when I last looked, do you remember, Ryan, it's about half, I think we had talked about, right? About half of our paramedic pool are at the captain rank now, just because when they started, they were firefighters, and guess what? They've promoted on through. So, which is a great thing from a department standpoint that we're continuing to promote internally and build that up. But it does create some consternation there as far as having all of our paramedics or half of our paramedics as captains. So what this proposal does then is it takes the paramedic pay for firefighters and senior firefighters and leaves it at 10%. But it reduces the captain's pay to 5%. And then it also adds an AEMT pay at 2.5%. So it kind of stratifies out. If you're a paramedic, it's 10% for firefighters and senior firefighters. If you're a paramedic captain, it's 5%. And if you're AMT, it's 2.5%. It removes the battalion chiefs from the paramedic designation. So basically, if you were a battalion chief and a paramedic, you wouldn't get any pay. But you could be an AEMT as a battalion chief. So there's no limitations on rank in the battalion chief or in the AEMT proposal. What else?
Real
Okay.
quick, if I may, right underneath you adding in advanced EMT, to the kind of section above, there's some language struck for RDTs. Is that more just, it appears to me just more cleanup language?
Section C.
Yeah.
Looks like. Section C, there's a red line on regular duty trades.
Yes. So I think that, I apologize, I missed that.
That's right.
Because I forgot that was something that, Chief Freeman had asked for. It's not a practice that we're doing anymore, is we're not requiring the battalion chiefs to approve that.
Right.
Because we're doing it all on off-duty training.
Right.
So that, I apologize, that,
No problem.
that was a cleanup from, Chief Freeman. He said that's not pertinent to our contract anymore, because that's not how we're delivering paramedic training.
Thank you.
So, yeah, good catch, sorry.
You are correct. I have in my notes 37 medics, 17 captains.
There you go.
Mhm.
The final component there, at the very end is it basically, kind of recognizes our existing captain pool. So members assigned as a paramedic captain firefighter holding the rank of captain, as of September 30th, 2026, shall be allowed to maintain their 10% of base rate, for as long as, they maintain in that position. So this basically just recognizes that our existing members who are a captain or a paramedic will not be reduced in pay, but they will maintain that 10%, until they're either removed from the program or they choose to be removed. So, like I said, I think we felt that was important because all those members who came on into the paramedic program,
Mhm.
there wasn't restrictions for them on that captain component. So just making sure if they were getting 10% now, we didn't want to reduce it.
Yeah.
So. Not quite a full grandfathering, but at least recognizing the existing captains.
Yeah. Step in the right direction. Thank you.
And I guess I should say the other component is from a paramedic perspective. I and the department certainly recognizes the amount of time and effort it takes to get paramedic. And if members love paramedicine and want to keep doing paramedicine, we're going to keep supporting them in their training and their maintenance of their paramedic certification. So if they want to keep that, we're going to support that. We will continue to support that. So I think that's important too, that even if you move into a battalion chief role and you have a paramedic and you want to maintain that paramedic, we will support you maintaining that paramedic. We'd likely just keep you at that AEMT rate, right? That's it. Like I say, I think it's certainly is something that we both want to see. It's something we talked about in the last negotiations too. Unfortunately, it was just party to some of the bigger discussions. I mean, I think we talked kind of for you quite a bit about EMTs already, what they can do. I don't feel like there's a lot of education or any more education on this side.
Good on that one.
I'm good.
Awesome. Okay. I think, let me make sure.
Just refresh your folder in PowerPoint.
What? Who?
Your folder efficiency.
Don't stress the poor man out. He's quadruple checking his folders.
Oh, I know what it is. I'm gonna dump this out here, but just as a placeholder for us to remember. And this has to do with the vacation accrual notifications.
Mhm.
Cause we split off that.
Oh,
portion.
because we split it off of the, yep,
So I'm gonna dump it out there.
well remembered.
So we can get back to it.
So we make sure that we have that introduced. It'll have the full language, if you will. So that's out there, article or section 4, article 4. It has that annual election language as well as the full rest of the language where it changes the sell down date to September 30th. And then it also removes the member notification. So just so we have that as a placeholder as an introduction. further discussion. So I think those were the big ones. As kind of, as you kind of alluded to, we do have some counter proposals with regards to the accumulated sick leave and stuff like that, but we kind of like to digest a little bit more your original proposal, work through that, make sure we've accomplished everything for that before we reintroduce that one. So that's the base ones. And then obviously, as you had mentioned, like say kind of that whole package concept, really looking at base wages and things like that is kind of a separate proposal after we work through the rest of this stuff. So
Chief, do you know if there was some discussion kind of early on about promotional testing
Mhm.
dates and a proposal for that? Or do you know where that is? Easiest question.
So Jason and I spoke about that. And there's an existing kind of MOU that sits out there that kind of expands that. So we talked about it back and forth, whether we would introduce it as a full actual change
Mhm.
or whether we would just reintroduce another MOU following this.
Mhm.
Because is it a short-term problem or is it a long-term?
Yeah.
So we basically didn't make that formal decision to introduce that. I can go back and readdress that with him, and then I do have one, but we were kind of debating back and forth whether we felt like that was a full to change it forever.
Yeah.
Or was it more appropriate to follow the MOU format where it has a time limited duration?
Yeah, I think the latest iteration that we had discussions about was a very limited change to the contract because of it being a pseudo temporary problem, to where we would still continue the same base cycle, but we would have consistent dates for off cycle. So in the instance that there was an off cycle, it would be a consistent time frame, which is the off year in the exact same time frame. So there would be some language change to that, but yeah, if you double check.
I'll follow up on it. We did have the discussion and we kind of debated back and forth a little bit whether we wanted to introduce something or not.
Yeah.
Like close that loop, and we still have
plenty of time
to introduce.
Yeah.
So
plenty of time.
Okay, so question mark on that one.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we made it. Second day, all initial proposals kind of given. So I think next steps for us, obviously, I think there is kind of a digestion period for both sides here. Some time to process where we're at. From our perspective, I think kind of our next step is really to start working down, getting some of our proposals in an accurate kind of cost estimate from the city. Obviously, again, we don't have full access to what is the actual long-term with everything calculated out, who fits within certain positions. So that'd be really helpful for us if that was kind of a next step, is just to at least get some of those discussions going and some of that information brought back. And then I think any counter proposals maybe along those similar lines. And I think we've almost made 4 o'clock. If no one has anything else, I would kind of entertain breaking for the day and kind of getting back and give us both some time to reorganize and settle in for what the day looked like, and debrief, and then be prepared for our Friday negotiation.
I love it. In the spirit of our ground rules, if I may. So clearly we made it through our first 2 days. Yay us. We've got tomorrow off. We're back at it on Friday. We do know that Chief will be out next week, and we had put those 2 placeholder sessions in next week. So I wanted to throw out a couple of ideas for you all to think on. We don't need to make any decisions right now, but if we're just stepping away and taking some thinking time, kind of 2 options. One would be using those sessions next week as working sessions. So not necessarily at the negotiation table, but perhaps working on some of the costing, like keeping keeping those as dedicated work time for the
Yeah.
negotiation, but perhaps not being necessarily at the table.
But
That's-
accessible.
But accessible,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
absolutely. So that's kind of an option. And if we do want to meet next week, per our ground rules, we'd like to propose that Justin, who you just met, take the place of Chief Gervais if we have financial things that we could
Yeah.
keep moving on next week. I think
Right,
Justin
yeah.
would be an awesome person
Yeah.
as a substitute negotiator. And if we had fire items that had operational impacts, we would propose subbing in as Assistant Chief Bolin.
Mhm.
So if that, I just wanted to honor the 5-day
Yeah,
notice. I think we could use next week in a couple of different ways, but wanted to honor that and say that depending on what we're working on next week, and if we were back at the table, we would love to have one or both of those available to us at the table with us,
Yeah.
so that we can keep making progress while Chief is out.
Right. Yeah.
If y'all are amenable to that.
Yeah, I think I full-heartedly support that. What I would kind of suggest in that process of if we do that, what it would look like is Chief Bolin steps in as an actual negotiator to replace Chief Gervais, and then Justin comes in just as our finance SME and helps us just with the finance information. Doesn't really put him in a role necessarily being a negotiator, but we would have Chief Bolin in that role to be able to do that. I think that makes kind of the most sense, really follows along with where we have been as far as saying a subject matter expert is extremely beneficial to have in the room. So I would be open to that. But if you really feel that Justin has another value of actually being a negotiator at the same time, I'm not opposed.
I would love to make the call on that once we know kind of what we think we would be working through.
Sounds great.
That's fair.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
Yeah. I would.
What do you anticipate Friday to look like? I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of proposals and a lot of, I would say, a lot of work on our side to gather everything from vetoes to costing to, I don't want to overpromise that in a day, we're gonna have.
Everything turned around. Yeah. I think we have things, I do think we have some things prepared. I don't think we have everything ready.
But if
In
we
terms of
Friday as a working session, that could help us get a jump start on next week.
Yeah, that was potentially kind of the first thing I was thinking is maybe we do a Friday. I haven't looked at the days Friday and one of the other days is a working session and try to have one actual day where we get together next week
Good to me.
with a substitute for Chief Gervais.
Yeah.
That potentially makes sense. With that being said, I would initially propose that we just say Friday's a working day.
Okay.
We'll get through and see how much work we get done Friday and then work through just communication. Is it Monday? Do you have the schedule?
Is
in front of
it,
you?
what day is it?
Wednesday and Friday nights.
Oh, that's perfect. So Monday would give us a perfect opportunity just to touch base,
Great.
see how our Friday sessions went, what we think about as far as more time that may be needed, or if we want to go Wednesday,
Great.
that's fine. So yeah, I say a Monday communication between us and we'll make it happen.
And we can you guys can make the call, because I won't be here, on Monday.
It's like, I am not checking.
Take the whole week, and I'll be back on the 13th, so then our next session is the 16th.
It's the 16th.
So,
Okay.
so I guess it just kind of depends upon how much we really wanna. I would say there's a fair amount of work on our end.
Yeah.
To cost those out.
Yeah.
Maybe even it's just next week where it's high level. Here's what we have so far on just data, and we can share that data with you
Yes.
guys. And then it's a half day just to share data, and here's what the costs are, and then you guys can even go back and say, hey, we want to alter proposals. I would anticipate over that time frame by the 16th, we'd be able to come back and have some additional either counter proposals or additional dialogue, things like that.
That all sounds
That sounds
perfect.
great. All right. So Friday, we all promise to be studious and doing our homework, but we won't be in this room together all day.
What about it?
Are you guys gonna be here?
We could send you a travel.
We
send
will
you a
not
travel
be here. Thank you.
Oh,
I mean, you will have opportunity. Yeah, I mean, there will be more opportunity for sure. It's
That
gonna be
just-
delayed by,
It lures them back. It makes them need to come back next week.
yeah.
Great. Well, I'm thrilled. I mean, I know we were very concerned about our schedule and getting off to a good start, but we made it through in 2 days what I thought would take us 3.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep, I think it was great, and I think we've got perfect momentum moving forward, and that's kind of the goal of just continuing. So I think as long as we have communication, and again, if costing really starts to come across, even if it's just sending over in our shared folder, kind of one item at a time, I'm good with that. If we want to save a couple of them and have that half day, great. But I think that will really help to keep us. I don't think we need these 3 full more days this quickly to be able to continue that momentum.
Yeah. Getting everything out, I think in the first 2 days then gives us a lot to work
Yeah.
on. So
Yeah.
awesome.
This was great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, feels like a really great start. Good first 2 days.
Yes.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate your hard work today.
Absolutely.